I'll break the gavel.
Welcome to our committee of the whole this morning. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. Safe travels here. Crystal is moving, we're moving our people down. Roger does not want to be here anymore. So they're in cafeteria. We wondered why he's sitting next to me. So Joy moved down, Crystal moved down, and Linda, if you come, then we're going to be so slowly moving them right out the door. So we're hoping they'll stay a while longer. But with that being said, please, when you are exiting the room, do not go to the left. We're going to go. Because there's not 2 inches between my chair.
Cut your mic on.
And look, there's no.
But if I have my mask and it's less than 15 minutes.
So with that being said, we are not going to walk behind Dr. Crystal Ball O'Connor. We will go to, or Dr. Grayson, we're going to go to the right. All right. We're exiting out the back. Yeah.
Can we get started?
We will. All right. First item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Motion to accept. Motion was approved by Mr. Sudduth, made by Mr. Sudduth, seconded by Mr. Sailors. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please address by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. All right. I think just need to, sorry. 1.2, adoption of public comments. That was part of it. So we will move now. Mr. Shamley, I will turn this over to you for administration area.
Cut your mic on, baby.
We will start with a COVID update, and I'm going to ask Dr. Oyster to give us the presentation that we need to hear this morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Shamley. Good morning. Coach,
Good morning.
you must not have stayed up and watched that late movie last night like you normally do. Right on top of it this morning. As has, I guess, unfortunately become custom in these unusual times, we have an update of our COVID-19 response and our status. Take a few minutes to do that this morning. A lot of this information, other than the numerical update, are things that you have seen we've sent to you all along, but we do have our numbers revised as of yesterday's numbers. Again, it's simply a reminder. That's how DHEC defines the high, medium, and low in the incident rate, which is the per 100,000 population. That's the positive per 100,000 population. The trend in the incident rate, how they define that, and the percent of positive test as a percentage of the whole number of tests given. Each individual being counted as ones. The overall community spread rating is a 2-week running average of the 3 indicators above for an overall rating of high, medium, or low for the county. And you can see there our all-time high was July the 19th of 2020 at 500. We were increasing. We had 18.9% average positive test, overall rating of high. As of October the 7th, we were at 197.9, which is medium. We were at stable, which is medium. And we're still at 11.3%, which is high, overall rating of medium. You'll also see a footnote there at the bottom that DHEC has moved their reporting dates from Mondays to Thursdays. This is something you may recall we had requested early on in this process so as to have summary data prior to a weekend instead of making decisions based off of it on a Monday. We also are very aware of the fact that we look not only at this, but we look inside. We're tracking our data every day related to our employees and our students. So as of 13 October, we have 102 employees that are out because of COVID-19. Of the 102, 23 are isolating, i.e. they tested positive. 11 are out pending test due to symptoms. We have 52 that are quarantining due to exposure outside of work. And we have 16 quarantining due to exposure at work. Of those 16, 12 were exposures to other employees, 4 were exposures to students. Since school began in August, a total of 4 employees are known to have become positive for COVID following exposure at work. Now again, that's the total for exposure at work. Obviously not the total, because we've got 23 that are isolating right now. And again, that's a daily count. That count will go up and down each day as people complete their isolation or they complete their quarantine period, and someone else might enter isolation or quarantine. And we follow this not only numerically like we're showing it to you, but we also graph it out to follow it. We've had, of those 4, 3 following a positive exposure to an employee or exposure to a positive employee, and 1 following exposure to a positive student. Student data as of October the 13th. We have 556 students quarantining and isolating. That's together the total. That is a fairly significant increase, but still does not represent a fairly significant number out of our total student population. We have 52 students isolating. We have 504 students quarantining. All right, and you will see the ones that are directly related to school. Only 12 of that total of 556 are due to exposure in the school building. Right now, we have none due to exposure on a bus, and we have 102 that are related to athletic participation. It says at athletic event, but that really is team participation, practice, game setting, so forth. That's not for spectators at an athletic event. Now, one note here is if we had a report of a positive case in the virtual school, it would also be reported here. But just as a note, we don't have that broken out separately. So we're a little bit concerned that that number has risen, the total number. So we're continuing to closely track that. But again, when you look at the breakout of that, it would appear that probably half of that increase is being driven by athletic event exposure. Again, 52 isolating, those are positive cases. 504 quarantining due to exposure to an individual who tested positive. Again, still in a medium setting in the county. We believe that these numbers reinforce that the things that we are doing are being effective in mitigating the spread in the school building during the school day. As you know, we're beginning a face-to-face phase-in at the elementary level. First grade and preschool, elementary self-contained, moving to 5 days. Middle and high school self-contained special ed students, and Career Center Level 2 on-site programs to 4 days. That began on September the 30th. It is now complete, and we've had no major concerns with maintaining protocols. So we saw no jump in those identified cases related to this phase-in, which is again now complete. Elementary phase-in, 4K and 5K starts tomorrow. They will be all in person Wednesday and Thursday, and they will do e-learning on Friday. Next week, they'll be all in person 4 days because Friday is a teacher in-service day, so it's a student holiday. And then the week of October the 26th, they'll be all in person every day. Important thing to remember right now, 5K, 4K, and first grade, which we'll talk about in just a minute, they are all socially distanced without the use of plexiglass pods. Grades 2 and 3. Second grade, beginning October the 21st, next Wednesday, they will be all in person 2 days. Friday's a student holiday, and they will shift to all in person 5 days a week the following week, the 26th. Third grade simply runs a week behind that. Their first week, they'll be 2 days all in person. Now, their second week's a little different because of the Election Day holiday. They'll be all in person 4 of the 5 days, with Tuesday being the day off. Now, the second grade, to be prepared for that, we currently have in all the materials that we need to fabricate the plexiglass pods. Many of you came up and saw the layout here in the room. If you didn't and you want to see one, there's actually one out there in the entrance hall in the lobby of the district office. We had the prototypes for every type of student seating that we possess at the elementary level. That was just one particular one, but it is out there if you'd like to see it. We have all the materials for fabrication in, with the exception of the plexiglass, which is due not to arrive in its first shipment until tomorrow. We have no reason to believe that it won't arrive on time and in sufficient quantities tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday to ensure that we can deliver those to all 51 elementary schools, set up the rooms, and assemble the pods, because they'll get assembled actually within the room and mounted temporarily on the tables, desk, or chair desk that they have in that particular classroom. So that is moving forward at this point as we have scheduled for it to do so. Again, we have no reason to believe that we'll run into any difficulty with the delivery of the plexiglass. Checking with the manufacturer, everything is in line for it to be on time for us to get it placed. All right, now you see the 4th and 5th grade. Now we will do them together as one group. All the others, we did 4K and 5K together. First grade singularly, second grade singularly, third grade singularly. Then we will combine 4th and 5th grade. Again, they start in that week where we have a student holiday on a Tuesday, so they will come Monday in their color group. Tuesday, everyone will be off. They'll be all in person Wednesday and Thursday. Friday, they'll do e-learning. And the following week, they will be 5 days a week in person. Again, all of this assuming that we continue to maintain a very low number of incidents within our schools, that we're able to do this in a safe manner, that we have all the materials in place, we have them all fabricated and set up in anticipation of this. We do not believe there'll be any problem with meeting the timelines in regards to the materials or the fabrication. Now, some of you might ask, you saw a pattern earlier on. We started with, you came in 2 days, then you came in 4 days, then you went to 5 days. As you saw over time, that changed to go from really a 2-day week, then to a 5-day week. One of the reasons that we gave a 3-week phase in for the early grade levels that we initiated was to make sure that our teachers had ample time to make their arrangements now that they would be in person on Friday. Well, we announced all these as one group last week, thereby giving all the teachers the dates well ahead that they would begin to have to be present in the building on Friday. So that's a reason for shifting. We still believe we don't need to start with a full week, full in person in a school. That gives a school an opportunity by phasing it with 2 days in 1 week, not moving to a full week till the following week, to phase in all the things they have to do that don't have anything to do with how they sit in those pods in the room. how they move into the building, how they move out of the building, how they handle lunchtime, how they handle the related arts, how they handle all those things. It just gives them an opportunity to make sure they have not only a good plan in place, but they've had the opportunity to implement that plan and some time to make adjustments if they need to make adjustments before having everybody every day. And by November the 13th, we should have every student that has chosen bricks and mortar from pre-K through the 5th grade physically present in school each day. That concludes my update for COVID-19 today, and I certainly will gladly take any questions that you all might have.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. For those that are watching, Linda LaVenezuela, I think we need to repeat our names when we're called on so people watching or hearing will know who we are. Dr. Royster, could you please, do you have a breakdown as to which students at what grade levels are in that quarantine and isolation with the 556? What is the percentage of elementary, middle, high school?
I don't have it in here with me today. I'll be glad to send that to you.
Okay, because I think that's important. You stated that the 102 are mostly athletes.
They're related to athletic team participation.
It could be coaches, assistants, et cetera, or who?
The 102, those are students, so those would be student athletes.
Okay. So,
for example, there were 2 JV volleyball teams. Which most every member of the team was quarantined. There were some JV football players individually. There's some varsity football players individually. And all those add up to 102. I believe an entire cheerleading squad. Now, not isolating being you tested positive. Quarantining, meaning you were within 6 feet of a person who tested positive for 15 minutes or more. In some cases, it was just slightly more than 15 minutes.
Therefore, they have to be quarantined.
They have to be quarantined. Now, where we have had, for example, last week in Travelers Rest, we had several athletes that tested positive. I believe we're a total of 3 now. We had a few more to quarantine, but because of that number, we moved them to the status where they're only doing conditioning this week, and we'll make a decision later in the week about how we move forward with that. And again, we're in close communication with DHEC anytime we have an issue like that, and following their guidance and their directions and their protocols.
I would like to ask you about a timeline as far as getting our middle and high school students back in the classroom full time.
At this point, we do not have a timeline for doing that. We're looking at all the options we might have in order to bring them back in person. I think we've sent you all information. The solution for plexiglass is not in and of itself a solution at the middle and high school level because of class sizes. High school is further compounded by the fact that students do not move as groups. We have the ability really at middle school to try to move them as groups and actually to move them at 3 different times based on the grade level they're in. At high school, you ring the bell and students go. And if you look at a first period class that has 32 in it, they might go in 25 different directions for second period. There are numerous challenges at the high school level, and not quite as many at the middle school level, but there's still challenges there. We have the same size classrooms in high school and middle school as we do for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. Physically the same size.
Concerned with our middle and high school students as far as, and all of our students when it comes to e-learning, it is not working. It still needs a lot of help, and parents and students are experiencing a lot of difficulties with this. I worry that the longer that we are not in a classroom, the more issues will develop with the development of educating our students and keeping them up to standards. I keep hearing, and I want you to address this, Dr. Royster, if you can, the virtual and the e-learning with honors AP classes. There's still some difficulties with students experiencing failing grades because they're in class twice a week, and then they're e-learning and teaching themselves. And this is not working for a lot of students who have never experienced receiving failing grades. We're grading the way we've always graded, but we're not teaching the way we've always taught. And therefore, how do we work with these families and students to help them get through this? Because right now we're not. It's a little interesting out there.
Well, we need to work with them on an individual basis. We need to know from you and anyone else who's struggling so we can connect directly to them so that we can go in and see what's being offered to them. It is what's being offered to them in alignment with our expectations. In fact, we brought somebody in to go in and audit through the online contact information for all of our teachers. What are their posted times? Are they in compliance with our expectations? We did that last week, working with the two assistant superintendents, one for middle school and one for high school. But for example, we had a very similar concern forwarded to us from an individual. And what we found when we looked into that is that individual had not attended the posted times for teacher help. And we found that now in, I know, 2 specific cases. So we need to know where we're having a disconnect. Is it a student that's not following the expectations, or is it a teacher that's not following the expectations? So we can address those individually. We had great success with e-learning in the spring of last year as reflected in our AP test results. So while we know we have issues there are improvements to be made. Is that a widespread issue? We don't know. We need to know the specific person, the specific class, so we can address the problem and get it resolved.
Okay, so let me just ask you about virtual students that are double blocked at several high schools. Was there a plan in place from the beginning for the double block students, or did teachers have to figure it out?
I'm going to ask Mr. Reimer to speak to that. Double blocking only occurs at the high school level, where we utilize teachers on the high school faculty. We don't have a dedicated faculty for elementary, like we do at elementary and middle school. We utilize the high school teachers. And the double blocking was done in an attempt to make sure we could offer as many of the classes as high school students wish to take. Mr. Reimer, did you hear the question? Can you speak to that?
Yes, sir, I did. And your initial answer is accurate in that we wanted to provide, in essence, every class virtually that we could offer in brick and mortar, so that students at the high school level didn't have to choose between taking any particular class, whether it's an AP or dual credit or otherwise, just general classes in the building. They didn't have to choose to either go to a virtual platform to get that class or brick and mortar. Once those classes were double blocked, the schools worked with those teachers to ensure that there are no overlaps in their office hours. So for example, if a student is double blocked in AP chemistry and pre-calculus, their AP chemistry teacher has a specific time that does not conflict with the pre-calculus teacher for office hours. So there are no conflicts to my knowledge. And working with the schools, we were very purposeful in that that there are no conflicts or overlaps for students who happen to be double blocked. And I don't know if that's the, if you need more on that, I'm certainly happy to give you that as well.
And it sounds to me like, Mr. Reimer, if that is persisting to be a problem for an individual student, we need to know who that student is to see if there is some scheduling conflict, or if someone, it could be either side of the office hours, could be the teacher side or the student side, if someone is not fulfilling their obligation.
Yes, sir. I didn't hear you very well there, but I think I got the gist of it. And if there is a situation from which we have not achieved that expectation, that there is unencumbered, non-conflicted times for a student in a double block class, we need to know that, because the teacher in that particular case may not be doing what the school has set up for them to do to specifically not have that issue happen.
Thank you, Mr. Reimer.
Have some concerns both for teachers and students. It seems like we're putting a lot of burden on both of them with the double blocking. I would like to make sure that second semester we really look into that and we take care of those types of issues. Dr. Royster, when I look at teachers teaching virtually and e-learning and so forth, do you know how many schools have administrators that are working virtually? And what was the process for determining their virtual placement?
We have administrators assigned to the virtual program, and those administrators were taken from the schools based on the vastly reduced enrollment in those schools. For example, the lowest enrolled middle school in the district is Fisher as percentage of their normal enrollment. So one of the assistant principals was moved from there to virtual, where they help to supervise a much larger number of teachers than they would be doing in the building, but they don't have the extra curricular responsibilities, and the discipline responsibilities are not near the same as they are in the building. So we simply, just like we did with teachers, we reassigned some administrative personnel to ensure that we had administrators to supervise or assist in the supervision of the teaching staff at both the elementary and the middle school level. I'll be glad to send you a list of who those are and what schools they were removed from. Now, the other services provided to students continue to be provided at the schools. For example, school counselors. They continue to work with the students from their school, even though they may be in virtual school at the elementary and middle school level. And certainly they also do it at the high school level.
So teachers that requested to teach virtually, were all of them given the opportunity?
To my knowledge, every one of them was given the opportunity. We sent out multiple emails to all teaching faculty of making them aware of the opportunity. Much easier at middle and elementary school, but we also have some at high school that did not want to continue to teach in person, and where we could work them out a schedule, they got a schedule worked out for them to continue to teach.
What happened to those teachers who requested but were denied?
I'd have to check and see specifically. There were only a handful of them, and I'll be glad to get that and send it to you.
Elementary students who are in the virtual program who want to go back into traditional classroom, what are the steps for parents? I've had a couple of parents who are, because of hardships and work schedules and so forth, are wanting their second or third grader to be enrolled in elementary school, but are in the virtual program. What do these parents do now?
We have a wait list process set up. Right now, we have frozen any transfer into the elementary schools because our ability to go one-to-one in person or go face-to-face in person is based on the count that we have present in the schools the days that we set it up and planned it out. If they have a hardship, then that hardship has to be communicated from the principal, the requesting school where the parent would be enrolled, have to enroll in a school, Everybody has to enroll in a school to get in the power school system. And the assistant superintendent for that particular school looks at the hardship and makes a decision of placement.
So there is a plan in place to sign up to get in, but that has been frozen, so they can't put their name on that list. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, ma'am.
Hey,
What
tell
you're
me
hearing
that.
is we have a process in place. They can make their request. We are not moving anyone simply because they made a request. If they have a hardship, then that hardship comes up the system to the assistant superintendent, which will be one of the 3 assistant superintendents at the elementary level, and they make a decision on the hardship. Can we accommodate that student in one of the rooms in that school based on this hardship condition?
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure, because I've got I don't have a lot, but I have a couple of parents. So I will have them. Who's the best person for them to contact?
They need to contact the principal of the school to which they would be assigned.
Principal has told them they're not taking any names.
So you need to let us know who the principal is and what school it is, and we'll take care of that.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Dr. Royster, Ms. Levinas Wells, it did ask a lot of the questions that I had down here. But I wanted to know, is the teacher help, because I had down here, is tutoring available? Is the teacher help available outside of school? I mean, outside of the school time? Or is that during school time?
Are you talking specifically about the high school? When Mr. Reimer was talking about office hours, those would tend to be during the regular school day, because they're supposed to still be committed to being present during the regular school day, meaning the teachers and the students.
Right. So there's not it's just doing the office hours. It's nothing, no kind of tutoring, help for those that are failing after office hours.
I'm going to let Mr. Reimer speak to that. Mr. Reimer, did you hear the question? I think probably the summary answer is that really hadn't changed from real in-person school, but go ahead and offer up the specific answer, please.
Yes, sir. I did hear the question. Thank you. And yes, we have schools have multiple options. Some schools actually have teachers who volunteered their time either before school or after school for individual help for students in brick and mortar or their e-learning students. This is traditional as a duty, if you will, for teachers. Other schools are using their ATSI funding through Charlotte McDavid and Jeff McCoy's department. We've got that funding from the State Department, and we have before, in most cases, it's after school tutoring that's available, and we've expanded that to include virtual for those students who can't come to the building on the days that they don't have it. So it is somewhat, Ms. Caldwell, unique to each school, but all schools have some form of assistance they give students outside of the traditional school hours, whether that's through teachers or whether it's through a tutoring program itself.
Okay. Okay. Can you tell me, with the high school, with the teachers that had gotten denied for virtual, they requested virtual but was denied for virtual. I know that I spoke to a teacher at a certain high school, and she said that since there were more kids that were coming to in-person, that she was denied virtual, but she wanted virtual. And you said that you could provide a list.
We can tell you how many if they requested. We weren't able to honor that. We weren't always able to honor it. Yeah, we had no one at the elementary or middle level that we weren't able to honor. Remember, we did high school differently, so we could offer the courses that students needed to have.
Okay. Now with the Career Center, the kids that are going back to the career centers, I know that those rooms are small in the career centers. Are they being creative with that? Because I've heard that they are basically overcrowded in those small rooms that
Then,
are in the career centers. And
then we would need to
what are they
know
doing?
who is saying that, where we're citing that as an example, because to our knowledge, there are only a handful of places where some other accommodation had to be made. I think those were primarily cosmetology or barbering labs because of their size. Other programs, they're actually using the shop areas. Almost every program in every career center has a classroom. It is less than 810 square feet. They're probably 700 and some odd square feet. But all of those classes that have those small classrooms, they have a shop adjacent to the regular classroom they have. So in many cases, they're having to use that shop. To give you an example, the welding shop at Greer High School, it is in the converted gym. So you can imagine how large that shop is. Your diesel mechanic shop, you all have been on tours of the career centers. If you think about the diesel mechanic shop, they're big enough to drive a bus in for students to work on. The firefighting labs, many of them are big enough to pull a fire truck all the way inside the lab. So they have the lab areas that allow them to socially distance. And if there's any place where that's an issue or it's not taking place appropriately, we need to know where that is. Mr. Williams, did I leave anything out? Eric Williams is on as well as the Director of Career and Technical.
Sir, I think that's it. And to your answer, I think they are being creative. To the question, they're being creative. They're spreading out, working in groups where there's visibility sometimes between the classroom and the lab space. You may have 4 or 5 students spread out in the classroom space, and then the remainder of the students working in the lab. And then we'll disinfect and they'll trade places. So yeah, it seems to be working well. But again, if there are places where it's not, we'd love to hear about that.
Okay. Also, now, I know when they first started, there was a problem with the attendance, with them going in and making sure that they were clicking to get attendance. Is it also going to be flexible with the grading as far as the students that are struggling or that are failing some of their classes? Is there going to be a flexibility in that? With the grading for their classes?
Are you speaking about grading related to being in attendance, or are you speaking about 2 separate?
I'm speaking about 2 separate things, because I know when we first started, they with the attendance, you had some kids that were not signing in, and we were flexible with that. Yes, those first couple of weeks. Now, are we going to be flexible with the grading also?
Their grading is solely based on their performance on the work. We would expect teachers, principals, counselors, as they always do, to look at student circumstances. But we still have to insist that our academics be rigorous. So if students having trouble meeting the rigor of the academics, and we need to work with them to help them meet that rigor, whether it's through tutoring, they have some other issue. Well, what issue do they have? And how can we help them address that? But we do have the expectation, particularly through virtual, where they're 100% virtual. They made that choice to be 100% virtual. That they are doing the work that they're supposed to do and what they're supposed to do. Offering them academic help the way Mr. Reimer gave you several examples. Those examples are not being just in high school.
Okay, I have a question about the mental health of our students and our employees. With us having to go to do a lot of different things right now with the students coming back to school, do we have mental health counselors? I know we have them available for the students, but what about the employees when they are having to go through this and it's a low morale at the school? What are we doing about that?
We have services that are provided as part of our contract for employees if they need assistance with promotion if they need assistance with emotional and mental health issues, you all approved several years ago as part of the budget a contract for an outside provider to make those services available to employees. All they have to do is make that request. There are also some services that are covered through their state insurance.
Who do they make that request through?
They can go directly to the provider, and all that information is on our website. They can ask their principal, or they can contact one of the employee relations representatives in human resources.
Okay, can you tell us what the protocol is of having employees to quarantine or isolate if they have been exposed to another employee or they think that they have?
You isolate only if you tested positive. Isolation means you have tested positive. Quarantine means that you have been in proximity within 6 feet, with or without a mask, for 15 minutes or more to an individual who tested positive. Now, there are some prescribed look-back periods of time that we have from DHEC. So if one that I recall specifically, they have you look back 48 hours. 48 hours past your last contact. Who were you in proximity to 48 hours before you begin exhibiting symptoms? All of those things, and we'll gladly send you a summary of those because there are numerous exceptions and circumstances. So what we have is we have a list of protocols based on the DHEC guidance vetted by our health services office. Janet Loggy, who's the director or the coordinator of health services for the district. She provides them to the person who answers the COVID questions that come in from department heads and principals. If it's this, you do this. If it is anything that is not on that list, they contact Janet Loggy, and she either provides an answer based on her experience, or she reaches out to DHEC, to their epidemiologist for this region, and gets an answer. But most of the things are prescribed because, as you might imagine, the same circumstances tend to happen again and again and again. So if this happens, you do this for this amount of time. We'll gladly send you those. But we always want principals and department heads to send it to that COVID. We have a COVID group. We want it sent to that because we want one person in that group. Now, there's multiple people behind that one. We want one person answering that question to make sure we're following the protocols that are laid out. And if there's any deviation from what they describe and the protocol is already established, then that rolls out either to health services or ultimately to DHEC.
Okay. One last thing. I see a new face in the room, and me and Ms. Marson Fair was wondering who our lady is right over here. If you can introduce her.
Oh, well, that's part of the next presentation. But Ms. Capps,
Okay.
go ahead.
Well, that's okay. We'll wait.
Okay.
We'll wait.
She's with us.
Thank you, Mr. Shepley. That's all.
For those of you who don't know, Shauna Galloway Williams with the Julie Valentine Center, but her presence will be more evident here in just a minute.
Okay. All right.
Unless she wants to answer some of these COVID questions. And I believe I told you something in error a while ago. We have some middle school teachers that requested that did not get it because we had an overabundance of related arts teachers at the middle school level that requested to go virtual, more than we needed. And I believe we have 9 teachers that are on leave because they did not wish to be in person. But we'll get you the precise numbers on it. That number might not be exactly correct, so I want to make sure we get you the correct number.
Mr. Shamley, Dr. Royce, so just a couple of questions. One, I've received a lot of incredibly positive feedback about the plan to return to school. Not just feedback from families who are happy to have their kids back at school, but just the very deliberate approach that we've taken really since July to move from, a projection that we weren't going to be in school at all for the near future to now seeing elementary school kids all returning face to face, by early November. It's just really exciting. And to see that done with really a very minimal level of quarantines and particularly exposures as a result of being at school is really significant. And so I thank you and your staff for that. I do share Ms. Leventis-Wells' concerns that we can't stop with fifth grade, and I know that you're working on it, but I would be remiss not to say what I'm hearing from families too, which is it's not just a concern about them not getting their work done, and it's not just a concern about the isolated folks who've emailed us about not being able to connect with teachers. It's a significant disconnect that is isolating these kids from their school community, and I know that other districts are seeing kids go back to school at the middle school and high school level. And I just really would encourage you to do what I'm sure you're already doing, but to just try to find as many combinations of opportunities that are available to get these middle schoolers and high schoolers back as we can. One question I did have about the change in the plan, though, when the board approved a plan, it had 3 phases. It had 1 day, 2 day, 5 day. And a lot of those were based on DHEC conditions. And the board then went back and kind of gave staff the authority to say, okay, so we said we weren't going to go back 5 days a week until we were at low. We now see that we can go back to school more quickly, even. We now know we can go back to school more quickly with these conditions in place. And so I know the reasoning behind it. For as many parents as have emailed me to say they're excited about returning to school 5 days a week, though, I am getting families who are also emailing me to say, no, wait a minute. We signed up for face-to-face because you told us we wouldn't go face-to-face until it was low. So are there accommodations that are available for families who opted for the face-to-face instruction, are now uncomfortable with the rate at which we're returning because it doesn't match what we told them we would do when we asked them to commit to it? Can they get back into virtual at this point?
Yes, in fact, that helps us with the other issue. We'd like to put them in virtual if that's where they would like to go, and that would allow some that want to go the other way to come back to in person.
Okay.
So that's kind of the key to being able to open that up, because we know right now with what we've set up, we can't get over 25 and maintain the same level of safety as 6 feet of social distancing, which goes back to your other issue. And I know you all recognize that, and you recognize that in what you said in your opening comments. And I appreciate your comments. We've tried for this to be both a safe and methodical approach. Things have changed, and they'll continue to change. And what if we stick with what decisions we made in July, then we're making decisions based on information from July. And that information has changed. And a game changer for us was when DHEC was willing, and I certainly want to give great credit to Dr. Traxler for that. When she took over her new position as Director of Health, she was willing to step away from the probably and likely language of plexiglass being equivalent to 6 feet of social distancing to say, if you will do it in a manner we approve, then we will consider that to be equivalent of 6 feet. They use the word direct contact, but they're interchangeable. That really changed things for us. That was not the case in July. There was, back then, if you talked about plexiglass, you still had the DHEC wording of it was probably and likely, and as we all have discussed in the past, probably and likely is a bet of 50% or more, and that's, I don't believe, the level that should be there for safety for employees or for students.
Sure.
As we look to go back with middle and high school, and we provided directions specifically to the middle school group last week to be working with Dr. McDonald in developing what might be some ideas they could propose to us to bring back some number of middle school students. What do they have in mind, the principals, that might allow us to do that? Realizing we got more than 500 middle school classes that have 26 or more students in them. But we do have the advantage there of being able to move them as a group and move grade levels independently because they're teamed, unlike high school. So we do have that. But what we also have to do there is not only does it have to be safe, our teachers have to be confident in its safety. And I think I sent something to you all earlier, and I believe we released this when we had our media conference last week, where we have about 60% of our elementary teachers that feel comfortable coming back face to face. I believe that number drops to 44% at middle school and 41% at high school. And I think you all see how that might be if you think about if you were a middle or a high school teacher. And if you're a high school teacher, you walk in a room, we had it laid out in here the other day. It's people this size of us. Some a lot bigger than some of us. So it's a different environment, a lot larger students, a lot larger classes, and then they move frequently during the day. Elementary, we can keep them in that, really we're trying to do as best we can, keep them in that 4-person pod. So not just within their room, but kind of within that pod as best we can. Little more challenging at the middle school level. So we still have work to do with a plan. Then we have work to do with building the confidence of teachers that this is a safe plan and a safe return. And I think that, while we have obviously employees that have concerns, we have teachers that have concerns. I believe we have one of the highest retention rates of teachers in the state this year. And our retention rate for teachers was improved over last year and the year before. I believe it's at like 8.4%, if I recall. And so our turnover rate. So we think that, again, while there might be some individuals that are concerned, and I can understand that, on the whole, I believe our employees are confident in what we're doing, but they're not as confident in moving to face, and we need to build that confidence among those two groups before we move forward. And we'll continue to work to do that.
Well, and I'm glad that you surveyed the teachers, and I was not surprised at the difference between the comfort level at the elementary school level and the comfort or discomfort level at the high school level. I mean, certainly the majority of the teachers who email me with concerns about going back 5 days a week are the ones who are saying, wait a minute, we're not talking about 5-year-olds, we're talking about 15-year-olds, and they are getting infected and spreading it among one another. And you're going to put 10 times as many kids in this building as the Peace Center is allowed to hold. And that creates an environment where we're doing one thing for one group of people that are essentially adults that is totally different than the standard operating procedures for the state. So I appreciate the concerns there, and that you're being very deliberate to not only hear their concerns, but to make sure that we're not putting them in an environment not only where they feel unsafe, or where they are unsafe, but also where they may feel unsafe. I do want to go back to one of the questions that Ms. Leventis Wells asked, because I've heard something similar to that. So I understand that if you opted for virtual, and now you see we're going back to school 5 days a week, and you want to rush back to the school, that we were upfront with you in the summer to say you're choosing one and you're sticking with it. You can't go back, and that makes perfect sense to me. The scenario that I did hear this week that I had not heard before is there are families, though, that are literally moving into Greenville County. They're finding out that they're zoned for a specific school. As a new resident of the county, they're going to their school to sign their child up for elementary school, and they're being told by the principal, we're not taking any new registrations. The only option available to you is virtual. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't know if it should be said exactly that way, but they get sent to virtual right now in lieu of us, at least at this point, unless it's a hardship, we're not letting existing families go into in-person. So we're not letting them bump an existing family, so to speak, just because they're moving in from outside the district. Now, again, if they have a hardship, they can go through that same process for a hardship as our students who committed to virtual.
Is the idea that the school is closed to new or existing families, is that something that's coming from planning and demographic for a specific, are there a specific number of slots at a school, or are we just universally, all schools are not enrolling new students?
Right now, we're not enrolling any unless it is a hardship situation.
Okay,
Because basically what you could say is every room with a teacher in it at whatever grade level can't have more than 25 students in it.
right.
So once we put in the ones who have a hardship, then we look at, are there some that want to go out? And what's the difference between the two? Then we can move some of those people into bricks and mortar that wish to go.
And you envision that happening on a school by school basis?
Yes, it'll have to happen on a school by school basis.
Blythe will find out you've got 22 slots that you could take new kids in, and they'll just go to their list and take the first 22.
Either they'll go to it or planning and demographics will go to it. I think the list are, although they're kept by school, I think they're centralized.
Okay. Are we also not enrolling new students at middle school and high school, or is that just at the elementary school level?
Right now, that's just at elementary.
So if you showed up and presented yourself as a student zoned for jail man, then you could attend jail man on your 2 days a week. But if you showed up at Augusta Circle right now, you could not.
That's
because
correct.
there is no new student, no enrollee.
Because we did this whole plan for elementary based on how many students were sitting in power school by teacher, by school, by grade,
right,
on that particular day.
Okay. The last question I just had is about masks. So, originally we had said kids should have masks, but they don't have to wear them in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is my last question.
Actually, technically, we still have about 3 minutes, but we're going to need to extend it for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes, if no objection.
The question about masks is just, we had kids needing to bring masks, but they were primarily using them in the hallways. And when now we want elementary school kids to wear masks the entire day, except when the teacher's giving them breaks. I know even in Williams' class, the teacher has planned every 30-minute these kind of mask breaks.
Right.
So that do we have enough masks at the elementary school level to accommodate all of these kids now needing to wear masks 5 days a week all the time?
Yes, sir. We got enough mask and hand sanitizer, and right now supplies are not an issue.
So we don't expect to turn to a family and say, now I need you to start bringing masks, even though you were kind of using the school masks at some point.
And we continue to get them.
Okay.
We got a shipment of them day before yesterday.
Okay.
We have plenty of those. And the other thing I would say, I mentioned Dr. Traxler being a key to giving us a greater level of approval, if you will, or a more affirmative answer about the utilization of plexiglass. And as you mentioned, part of that was you got to wear a mask when you're inside that. But the other thing is the State Department of Education has been, in the State Superintendent's office, have been extremely supportive of this effort. And at this point, every piece of material that we're putting in those elementary schools is being paid for by the state, not by our general fund, not by our CARES Act funds, not by any local funds. All the materials are being covered by the state of South Carolina. And that's, I hesitate to use a number because I don't think we have a final number yet, but I think the estimation now is a little over $4 million. And we're also working with them to reimburse our cost for labor for the fabrication, the delivery, and the assembly.
Thank you. The last one is just a request, and so you don't need to answer it now, but I've been emailing Ms. Fitzer about it. I just want to make sure that it shows up in this discussion. I know that our high school athletic programs have been negatively impacted, particularly by the lower numbers of gate receipts, which is really a significant portion of the athletic budget of a high school, particularly of the booster club. And I know Ms. Fitzer wrote me back yesterday and said, we just don't know yet exactly per school what that impact is, but I'd like to know sooner rather than later, once we start to see a picture of what the loss per high school is and how those schools are adapting to that loss. Because anecdotally, I'm hearing from schools that the loss is being subsidized by parents who are being told, well, we don't have enough money to pay for lacrosse this year because we don't have gate receipts from football. And so I know you don't know the numbers yet, but I would really appreciate it if
Excuse me.
as soon as possible, if we could just get some good data, just so I can help our community kind of think through the impact.
What we've said to them, and we need to reiterate it to make sure the message gets down to all the coaches. When we have as you've indicated, when we have a picture of what that lost revenue looks like, it's going to be our intent to look to you all to approve some of that probably CARES Act money to offset their loss. But we want to have a better picture of what that looks like. For one, although they certainly experience revenue loss, they've also experienced diminished expenditures. Some of them are not going to be playing some games, so that cuts revenue even further, but it also cuts expenditure. Their three biggest expenditures outside of uniforms and equipment for the actual game operations would be travel, officials, and security. Their security costs are reduced because their crowds are smaller, so their demand for numbers of officers decreases some. Their official costs will remain constant other than if there are games they don't play. For example, TR did not play Friday night. There are other game operating costs, ticket takers, that sort of thing. One place they've saved money is by, and I think this is something that we'll continue to do in the future, this electronic ticket sales. I was talking to a couple of ADs at Friday Night Football in the past couple of weeks, and they were all about this, the ease of this electronic ticket sale. Now they don't have a ticket seller. They only got a ticket taker. So I think there's some things that will come out of this we'll want to continue to do. As we get closer to the end of the year, we'll have that picture because, as you mentioned, football gate receipts really, they not only support the football program, they extend to supporting the other athletic programs. So we want to try to replace that lost funding, but we want to do it in a manner that's reasonable and appropriate, as I know you all would want us to do. But that's our intent, to replace that funding at an appropriate level.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. We have next Lisa Wells, Ms. Wells, and then Mr. Meeks. I'll send them back to Linda.
Thank you. To Dr. Royster, as we send kids back to school, it's going to be more important than ever for us to track our data and for us to understand and compare. So a couple things. I sent an email, and Nancy and I had a couple of exchanges about the Qualtrics dashboard and using that data. And it's something, I guess, the partnership with Brown University, AASA, and we talked about leveraging that data because they break down data, people that are in person, not in person, hybrid, all those kinds of things. So given that DHEC does not appear, well, I appreciate the partitions and what they've done to help us there. It does not appear that they are bringing us any more robust analysis of data regarding exposures and community spread rates and how they look at that. Are we going to participate with the Qualtrics or use that dashboard? Can we start to use that and look at that to help inform our practices? Yeah,
I don't know that we've submitted our initial data to it yet, but we're going to submit to be a part of that. The only drawback that I could see in it, at least at this point, and hopefully they will correct this, we're going to talk to them about it, they don't give any quarantine data. They only give isolation data. So that was the only drawback. It does provide some insight into if you're in person. It breaks it out some other ways. Of course, this is a new tool for that company and for AASA. There's no cost to us to participate. I guess as I'm a member of AASA, and our membership of AASA allows us to do so. Nancy, I don't think we've sent in the initial data. Is that correct? But Dr. McCreary's office is submitting that for us.
Okay, great.
And I think they issue a revision in 2 weeks? Is that what she said? Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was a great dashboard that a constituent sent me. I had been watching it for for a little bit, and it really it's getting better and better. So I do think it can be really valuable for us to
They
participate.
seem receptive to making changes in it too, from what I could tell from the information we got about it.
Okay, so with regard to our data, I guess the other thing that I think is going to be really important as we move forward is understanding our case data broken out by virtual and in person. Because what I have observed in the community, in my neighborhood, in the grocery store, in restaurants and everywhere else, is people are getting sort of lax about, people got really good at masks for a little bit, and then now not so much. So what I want to be sure we're informed about is how many positive tests are we getting that are coming out of our schools versus how many positive tests are we getting because our teachers, our students, our families are, outside of school are congregating and having parties and doing all those other things. I mean, the number of people quarantining outside of work for getting it, to do an exposure outside of work was 52 versus 16 inside of work. So there's that indicator of people just aren't being careful. So first of all, I want to say to everybody listening, and if they're teachers and if they're principals and those folks are listening, we need to wear a mask and we need to be vigilant when we're out in public to set that great example. But I think moving forward, I'd like to see this data broken down between virtual and in person as well. Unless you're telling me, well, it's what we're reporting is mostly, all in person. Because if they're virtual, then what we're doing in person doesn't make any difference to me.
Right. The quarantine would include some virtual. The isolated would include some virtual. The quarantine, I don't think includes any. We'll break that out separately.
Okay, that'd be great. So to switch gears a minute, also Nancy sent us some data after I requested that we get a breakdown on the IEP, the special education students that we had in the district and how many were virtual.
Okay, we have a question.
Just put me down a little bit.
Hold on. I think we're going to need to extend this another 20 minutes. Anybody object to that? All right, 20 minutes is.
So we've got, as the numbers worked out in school, in-person instruction, we have about 5,900 students, special education students that are doing in-person, face-to-face in our model. So I guess when you start breaking down the needs of those students, you can maybe filter out even further and kind of recognize that the number of students, when we talked about more than 10,000 or 11,000 or whatever that number's been, the number of students that are actually doing face-to-face that are special ed students is much smaller. So I guess my question is twofold. We worked through the ICPs, all families have had that. Now I would anticipate that we're having follow-up meetings that are IEPs for families that the ICP isn't going to work for them. So how are we going to be able to move forward with some capacity to allow some more in-person instruction for these special education students? It seems to be more manageable if you look at the actual number that we need to be providing maybe more in-person services for. So are we quantifying some capacity, or can we quantify some capacity to bring those special education students back to the classroom more often? I mean, and maybe, I don't know, is Ms. Hogan on the phone? Maybe she can give an update of what feedback she's got.
I'm going to get her to give you a more specific update, but right now it's on an individual basis. As you indicated, as with all special ed services, everything's based on that individual education plan. So Ms. Hogan, do you want to speak more specifically to that and what might be possible that we're looking at?
Certainly, it's absolutely on an individual plan. I do think that there are certainly folks who may not be happy that we're not in school 5 days a week and may think that their students need more. We have asked them to talk to their schools to have an IEP meeting if necessary. We have found, I know Dr. Royster gave an example earlier of some students that maybe didn't do what they were supposed to do, or their teacher didn't do what they were supposed to do, and we fixed those situations. So I think the same thing would be true for disabled or non-disabled students. We have found that's to be the case. A parent might be upset and wanting more services, so that they go to the team to talk about, but they need to look at all things, not just would it be more days? Is it the more days that the student is struggling with, or is there something specific? Also, it's really hard when I was gathering that information to really kind of be clear to explain that, we have students with disabilities that get itinerant services or consultative services, and they're all lumped in that group. So they're in gen ed classes. If they're at a period school, they may have 7 classes. So it's not just about the support pieces of it. We have to also look at where they're sitting and if there would be space in those classes. So it's really, really complex. There are multiple disability categories all the way from speech to traumatic brain injury. And even those ones that have categories that seem more involved, many of those kids are spending the majority of their day in general education. So I know it kind of sounds like I'm not really answering the question, Ms. Wells, but everything with special education needs to go back to that individual team.
Okay, but in terms of what the individual team has at their disposal in terms of an intervention,
I think that if the question is, because you have an IEP, can you come to school 5 days a week if that's not the attendance plan? I don't think that's an automatic yes. There may be a need for specific students, and the team could certainly consider that. But the overall health and safety certainly is the number one concern. And so we haven't said that teams can't consider that if there's a need, but I do think that there are lots of things that we do for students in addition to that in-face piece, if that's the question.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to mention a couple other things, and just in the interest of time, I don't need a response from them, Dr. Royster, but to echo the concern that we need to get our middle school and high schoolers back in as many ways, or improve their educational experience. If some of that means face-to-face, if some of that means more online, in-person requirements for our teachers, because that's the other thing I've heard is, some of them are getting more face-to-face on those days when they're e-learning than others are getting more support. So kind of raising that bar. But similarly, looking at the fact that I'm assuming right now high school teachers still have 2 planning periods.
Yes.
Right. So looking at in terms of providing capacity to our students. So that's not only is that a teacher who has 2 planning periods a day, but that's also a classroom that is open 2 periods a day for those teachers.
One of those 2 is dedicated to supporting those students that are not physically present.
The e-learning. Okay. So there's another period, and then again, that's a classroom space, that if there's a way to kind of use that classroom space and change the schedule, that, that's just something that I thought about, which I'm sure you guys are thinking about some of those same sorts of things, but that would be something I'd like to be sure we're looking at. And then the other part of that is, we have really successfully used GC Source. That was developed and really became a great catalyst for making a lot of improvements for students who were struggling academically over the last few years. And so I wonder if to really get to the nut of, do we have students that are struggling and are falling behind? Because that's what we're hearing. If that's the case, can we leverage our data we have with GC Source and look at that as a way to prioritize students coming back, or students that need additional help, and figuring out what that help looks like? I don't know if the GC Source, using that data set and those things have kind of been put to the side because of all the logistical stuff we're dealing with, but I just see that as being a way, if we, as we prioritize, we can't get everybody back, but can we prioritize and get those students back who we do believe are falling behind and that really need a different model, a different intervention? So don't have to answer that unless you have something specific, but just to say, I would like as we move forward, maybe the next update we get when we talk about middle and high school, or if you want to follow up with an email, just let us know if that's something that we're using to target these students that are falling behind. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Meeks, and it's fine that we're going over, but I believe the next two sections will not require quite as much questioning and input from the board. So that's, I don't think, a huge problem, but let's all try to keep it as tight as we can. I'm not aiming that to anybody, but with that comment, Mr. Meeks, go ahead.
He sounds like something to me. Thank you, Mr. Chamley. I have a couple of short questions. Now, what the answer will be, I don't know.
As many as you need.
Dr. Royster, I do have a couple just small questions, I think. Getting back to the personnel that is quarantined or in isolation, are we notifying their fellow employees or fellow people that work with them that they're being isolated or they're being quarantined, that they either tested positive or not? How are you handling that?
We again follow that DHEC protocol. If people have been exposed in their workplace, then we let those know that need to quarantine. We may also tell others, but tell them there's not a reason to quarantine. And we do that without naming the employee, though, if it's a small confined space, you might infer that, but we simply would say, you have a coworker that has tested positive, you were within 6 feet for 15 minutes, we're going to need you to quarantine.
If that coworker hasn't tested positive, but they have been around someone who has tested positive, do we go any further to notify their coworkers, or do we not do anything on that?
We're going to notify anybody that is within what DHEC has said to us would be an area where they would be susceptible. For example, we have people in that list. There are people that are awaiting a test. They're awaiting a test because they displayed symptoms or because somebody in their household displayed symptoms, or somebody they were with day before yesterday displayed symptoms, or one of their coworkers displayed symptoms. So all those things are possible.
I'm asking that person that is being tested, do we tell their coworkers that that person is being tested because they were in the area where somebody was positive?
Do we tell all their coworkers if a person is being tested because of exposure, if they weren't exposed to that person? The answer to that would probably be no. Part of the contact tracing is us determining who would be in proximity to that person.
If they were positive.
The person that's positive or suspected to be positive.
Okay, now I had an employee to call me because they found out that a coworker was being tested and no one had told them. And I think it was just accidentally that they found out and wanted to know if I thought it was right. And,
Well, and quite honestly, we need to know the circumstances, who those people are, for us to make sure to check behind to see, did they follow the protocols they're supposed to follow, which we believe if what we have in place is followed appropriately, then people that should be notified would be notified. For example, in this building, you could consider everybody who works in this building to be a coworker, but somebody that's not been somebody that works on the opposite end downstairs has not been in proximity to somebody that works on the opposite end upstairs, they probably would not necessarily know that person went for a test. But the people around that person might very well know that.
Okay. My second question is, if this pandemic continues into next year, into our next school year, are is the district going to go through the same process of asking parents if they want their children to go to virtual or back to their regular school? Is that the process that you think will happen?
I mean, right now, because it's really way early in that process. Because I assume you're talking about next school year, not next semester, next calendar year. I mean, I think we've learned some things from it. The one thing, and we're actually having a discussion about that now. Do all the high schools need to be on the same schedule? Because that's been an issue in dealing with this because they're not on the same schedule. There might be other discussions that need to take place to see what refinements need to occur to better facilitate this. But hopefully, we will not be in this same situation next school year. But we would be remiss if we didn't prepare for it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. That's all my questions.
Mr. Meek. Next, Ms. Bush.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shanley. Thank you, Dr. Royster. A lot of my questions have been asked, but I still ended up with a couple here that weren't scratched off. First, I want to thank you for the update and the commitment that we've had to be diligent in making sure that we get back to that 5-day face-to-face, as much normalcy as possible, but with that key factor being the safety of our students and the safety of our staff and teachers, and which directly relates to the safety of everyone in our community. I just wanted to touch for a second on that, what you said about bringing back to us the ability to be able to reimburse for the losses. I'm very excited to hear that for the athletic departments, for the booster clubs. I think because of it's no fault of their own, and it sets us up for spring sports, hopefully, that will still take place, and for getting a good start into next year's season. Also, the ability for the students to be able to meet with counselors. No, we just had a couple of weeks ago, we had a tragic loss of 2 students up in the TR area with a car accident, and being able to have those counselors available and still available for those students that are struggling with that, along with the emotional upset that COVID has brought about us. And I know that you just recently had a job fair. So my question pertains to those drastic shortages that we still have, which as we continue to phase in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th grades, and now on into middle school, a possibility, and those classes that can go back to our high schools, the career centers. Can you give us an update on not just the bus drivers, but I know we were short in food service, and I know our food service is working madly to be able to service not only our students that show up every day, but also our virtual students, and have that food prepared, and any other type of staff shortages, because I know our custodians and our building people are working at night to make sure the buildings are cleaned properly and disinfected. So could you touch a little bit on how we stand on those support staff and bus drivers?
Sure. I'm going to let Lynn in just a minute give you updates from that job fair. I don't have the specific numbers. Going into it, I believe we were 80 drivers short. Now, some of those drivers are on FMLA related to medical issues directly related to the pandemic. We were 70 some odd food and nutrition services workers short. Some number of them similarly are on leave because of their own health-related issues. We certainly anticipate they will return to work whenever the pandemic has moved on, lessened, at whatever point. We anticipate them back. We have lost drivers to other employers, And we are not alone in our pursuit of CDL drivers. Other people that employ those folks are experiencing a similar shortage. One thing that we are doing that will help both of those is effective this week. We will be sending to every elementary school 2 transportation employees. Could be a driver and an aide, could be 2 drivers. As soon as they finish their morning route, they will go to the elementary and they will assist. Among other things they will assist with will be the delivery of meals, working with the food service staff. Now it's 2 each. They'll be every other day. Now this won't be absolute, but generally speaking, on Monday, Wednesday, Friday of this week, you'll have 2 people and they'll be the same 2 people. On Tuesday and Thursday, you'll have 2 people and they'll be the same 2 people Tuesday and Thursday. Next week, the Tuesday, Thursday people will be the Monday, Wednesday, Friday people. All that has to do with this. They fuel buses half each day. The driver has to be with the bus when the bus is fueled. So the ones that aren't being fueled are going to be sent to the elementary school where they will begin their route for the most part, or they begin it at a nearby school, so we can send 2 to each school. That will provide them some more pay because they're not getting any activity pay. In other words, a lot of them would be driving field trips. We're not taking any field trips. Many of them would be driving athletic trips. Well, we're taking athletic trips, but we're not taking as many of them because the seasons have been shortened. Competitions have been reduced. So that will help drivers with making some extra money, help with the driver retention, we hope. It also will help Food and Nutrition Services, help Mr. Urban with his personnel shortage. Now that we're bringing more students in, more students will have to eat breakfast, more students have to eat lunch, and a lot of those being delivered to the classroom. Now they're doing that in different ways. Different schools still going to use the cafeteria in some places, may use the media center, other big areas to split them up some. But that will help address 2 of those things. So I see that Ms. Gibbs is on here. I'm going to ask her to speak to the number of individuals that we believe we got out of that most recent employment recruitment fair. Ms. Gibbs?
Right. We were very pleased. We had 90 people attend the job fair at Wade Hampton. Of those, 17 were interested in bus driving, 20 in custodian, 33 in fans, and some in multiple jobs. So we have been working to process those applicants. You know, there are a number of steps to get to be a bus driver. In addition to that, as Dr. Royster mentioned, we have 20 employees in fans who are returning with the ability for their child care concerns with 5 days of elementary. So we have 20 people that we've already identified as coming back. We're working through the bus driver list because it was more health related than child care. And we have billboards across the county. You may have seen them to advertise our need. And our next job fair will be on October 27th. And we are appreciative to Lifelong Learning, who has added some secondary classes for review for the WIN test and done an evening WIN test for us and added a day per week to get some applicants through.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. That is very exciting news to hear that we don't have all the problems solved, but we're definitely, as we are with our attendance, we're headed in the right direction, and we're headed there safely. And so, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. We have one other now at this point, Crystal Ball O'Connor, Dr. O'Connor.
You run out of time.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I know this is going to take a while. It looks like maybe another few minutes. So without objection, let's extend that for another 15 minutes. Hopefully we can get everything in. I have a couple of questions, and I know Ms. Levinus Wells does. Is there anybody else right now while we're at a break session that's going to need to ask a question? Thank you. So.
Thank you. First, I want to say I'm really thankful that this board and administration decided to lower class sizes as a priority last year, because I think that has helped us tremendously in being able to return these elementary students. And we wouldn't have been able to do this without that reduction and increase in budget that we approved last year. The other thing I wanted to follow up on Ms. Wells' comment about prioritizing those who may get to return for middle and high school. And I recently attended a webinar with several of the districts and Dr. Royster talking about some of the innovations they've looked at for such prioritization. And I had asked the question in here about homeless students last time, because for those students, in many ways, this is their home. They need a place to be desperately. And I would like to see us prioritize those students, as well as those for whom English is a second language and those who are really struggling academically. And it seems like it might have been Fairfield County and another who had the ability for people to ask to be prioritized in returning to school if their students were already failing and at risk of academically falling behind to an extent they could not recover from. So I just wanted to echo the request to please consider those most at risk and vulnerable groups as you consider who we are able to house safely. I also hear the eagerness in the conversation with board members about this move and accomplishment that you are bringing to us right now. But I want to remind us that that is in the context of being told that as we approach colder months, more crowded situations indoors, that we should expect the case numbers to go up. And I would like to just say that the enthusiasm cannot overcome your need for caution as those numbers change. And especially I'm interested when you say that most of the cases are due to close proximity in our athletic practices. My question to you would be, are you going to be able to be adaptive quickly in those cases and as these numbers increase as we come into flu season as well?
Yeah. For example, looking at the one that happened most recently, which was Travelers Rest, they're not playing. They didn't play Friday night. Like they're not going to play this Friday night. They're doing conditioning, but not regular practice this week, which puts them in many cases 12 feet apart. So we can address that. And I think you may have been the very first person to ask this several months ago. You asked the question about, might we deal with individual classes, individual grades, and individual schools? And the answer to all of those things would be yes. And I would expand that to, and as you've seen, we might need to address individual sports. We are concerned. It's concerning that student number went from 300 to 500. Now, 500, when you think about it in the context of we still have, about 55,000 attending in person, 53 to 55,000. So that 500 represents less than 1/10 of 1%, or right at 1/10 of 1%. But still, it's an increase over the last week or two. 100 of that 500 is related to athletics, something that they're choosing to participate in. Their parents are choosing for them to be there. A little differently from some students. They don't have the choice. They have to be in school, and they don't have the ability to be at home, and that's why their parents chose brick and mortar. But we are closely watching all of those things. We, like you, have a concern that as the temperature changes, it's supposed to drop 40 degrees this weekend, as people are indoors more. Is that going to accelerate spread? Are people going to become lax in taking the preventative measures? As Ms. Wells mentioned in her comments earlier, reminding all of us and all of our employees, we need to, I think one of the reasons we are where we are and able to do what we're able to do is because people in the Greenville community responded about wearing masks and distancing themselves. Well, it's been kind of a long time doing that now. I think, people obviously probably are weary of doing that. But if we cease to do that, are we not then going to drive the community numbers up? Are we not going to then drive up our school numbers? Then we're in a situation we have to go backwards rather than forward. We want to be moving forward, but we want to move forward in a slow, methodical, and planned way that always is considering the safety of our students and our employees, and obviously right behind that, the academic rigor and academic opportunities for them.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Connor. Mr. Sutton?
Dr. Oyster, I keep getting the same question. When are we going to allow our middle and high school students to return? And they say, can you be specific? What must occur before we can resume a normal schedule? And so I'm looking for the information that would be accurate and would give them the best answer. So what would you suggest?
If we're talking about every student at the middle and high school coming back face-to-face 5 days a week, we would have to find a way in which to do that where we can keep them 6 feet socially distanced, or there is some alternative to that, like we found at the elementary level. Or number two, the level the virus reaches a level that is low enough that DHEC would say you no longer need to do that. The third would be if a vaccine is developed, then that becomes a person's choice whether they take that vaccine or not. That might be a third way. But right now, to say there is a date certain by which we would do that, we would not be, I would be disingenuous. I wouldn't be, being truthful to the community if I said, well, we're going to do that by November the 15th, because we do not have a path forward right now that keeps employees and students safe and bring back every middle school student and every high school student. We are working on that, but we're working on it in a way that maintains the safety for our employees. And particularly when you recognize that at the high school level, only 41% of our teachers feel comfortable with doing that, feel like they would be safe in doing that. And only 44% of our middle school teachers, because of all the reasons we've talked about in here today. 60% of our elementary teachers feel like they're safe and they're comfortable in being back face to face. So our two most precious assets are our students and our employees. And we're not going to take any action or recommend to you any action that would endanger either of the two of them. And I know you would not want us to.
We would have to say we no longer have to do social distancing. Who would make that decision?
Well,
not who can, Dr. Roach, but who will?
In our view, that would have to be the state agency that's designated for public health, and that would be DHEC. Now, it might be that you no longer have to do 6 feet of social distancing, or perhaps it's some alternative, like putting people in those pods and keeping them 3 feet apart and keeping the pods 6 feet apart. Right now, our rooms are not big enough for that to be a solution at the middle school level. The rooms aren't big enough and there are too many students in too many classes for that to be the solution at middle and high school level.
Well, apparently, there's not going to be any possibility of that first semester.
I think it'd be highly unlikely for that to happen at high school first semester. I think it might be more possible that we could work out a solution for some, if not all, middle level grades before the end of first semester. We're focusing all our efforts right now on ensuring the setup at elementary is correct and carried out appropriately, and developing what we could do at the middle school level, because we're dealing with students that are already broken into teams, so they're broken into groups. They have less movement than high school students, and they literally can be moved at different times during the school day based on their grade level. None of those things are possible with high school students. So that's why that's our next move, And it's not to say we're working independently with those things, because we begin that process while we're still doing the elementary process. And we've been discussing options and opportunities at all levels since the beginning of school. The game changer for us at this point was DX approval with the plexiglass pods.
Plexiglass really has no bearing on high school.
It could have. At this point, it can't be the only solution. It basically has become the solution at elementary as long as those class sizes don't change. Right now, it cannot be the solution at high school. It could be a part of a solution, but it cannot be the solution.
Do we ever afford that?
Right now, the state's picking up the tab.
Yeah, but they're picking up this tab just for the elementary, right?
We've actually ordered
Is this
enough.
happening in other?
We've actually ordered enough plexiglass that we could use it at the high school level. We ordered it in a different, larger dimension. So if we develop a solution that involves that, we have that on hand. The state's already provided that. We do not yet have it on hand, but we have it ordered and will have it on hand.
When do you think that would happen?
When we have that on hand, sometime within the next.
Plexiglass that we could actually put into the high schools.
If we determine that's part of a solution, we have that ability within 15 days. The problem with it is it's not the solution. It can only be part of a solution. We have to figure out the rest of it, because that won't fix a class with 32 or 33 in it.
Does we all the time, Dr. Royster, mean DHEC?
Well, we try to develop alternatives and see if they either meet DHEC's approval or we can get DHEC's approval, just like we did with that prototype pod that we sent to them. That was what caused them to be willing to say that's acceptable in lieu of probably and likely. To my knowledge, it was the first design submitted by a school district to them and specifically approved by them for this use.
Significant are community spread ratings?
They're fairly significant.
They tell us, Dr. Royster. I've had people ask me about that, and I said, I'll ask my superintendent.
Well, from our standpoint, it gives us a picture of what's going on outside the walls of the school. And just like anything else in education, anything, whatever's happening in the community happens inside the walls of our schools. So it's important that we look at that. In my mind right now, it is slightly more important that we're looking at our internal numbers. How many of our students, how many of our employees are isolating because they're positive? How many of them are having to be quarantined? So it's important, but to me, it takes second place to our internal numbers for employees and for students.
I worry a great deal about seniors.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
I worry a great deal about our seniors in our high schools. We talk about we're doing it for elementary, but once they are through with the high school, then there's nothing else that we can do for them. So I'm just wondering, is there anything we can do to ensure that our seniors will be able to have what they need to go to the next level, especially these seniors that are taking these courses that are significant for their, say, for their graduate program or their program when they're in college.
Yes, sir. And just like you're going to particularly look at that if it were an ordinary year, because if you're, as a former high school person, as you are and as I am, you're going to focus on those seniors in their senior year to make sure they have those things they need to have. It is even more critical now because they're not in front of you every day. So that communication between teacher and student, between counselor and student, between administrator and student and their families is very critical. I'm also interested to see, we speculate as to what the academic impact of this is. In a week or two, we're going to know the academic impact for the first 9 weeks because we're going to have some grades. So that'll be one indicator. We're also asking that that parents and students, teachers monitor the progress of those students on a daily and a weekly basis through backpack, through communication with the teacher. So, yeah, we're concerned about that. One of the topics we talked with Inter-High Council about, and one we will talk with them about again this coming month, will be that very subject. In addition to that, we had a very good discussion with them about mental health services for students last month, and we will be focusing on that as well this coming month.
I talked to seniors.
Without objection, let's extend for 30 minutes. It looks like it'll take that long.
I talked to seniors, and they're worried because they're saying they can't get, especially if I've got seniors that are in chemistry lab, they're in biology lab, and they say there's no way that we can do or be, I would say, able to do on an out of school level.
Well, and I think that may be an area, Mr. Sutter, that you've hit on there, that just like we did with the career and technical students, that may be an area that we can look at and have them come back more frequently. Our lab science courses tend to have smaller class sizes than other courses. So there's the ability to look, and that's been said several times in here today, about looking at individual groups of students at the high school level, at the middle school level. And that would be one possibility in those courses that are hands-on intensive, whether that be career and technical courses or it be lab science courses.
I worry about the students that are going to the career centers because they have to have hands-on.
Yes, sir. And as you know, we have those level 2 students back now 4 days a week. And one of the next groups we would look at would be our level 1 students, which could get them all there 5 days a week. The reason level 2 students can't be there 5 days now is because those level 1 teachers, the level 2 teachers and the level 1 teachers are one and the same, so they still have a virtual load on Fridays.
I hope second semester we can take some action that will help seniors.
Yes, sir.
Because it'll be their last opportunity. And I know we talk about all the other groups and people, and nobody is doing well, but we can't help that. But I would appreciate if we could focus our attention on our seniors second semester.
We certainly give that consideration. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
All
sir.
I have. Thanks, sir.
Anybody else? Okay, I want to put you second, Mr. Meek, after Linda. And if it's appropriate, I will ask a couple of questions unless you prefer that I wait till the end. I was going to let Ms. Lynn as well. All right, I have a couple of questions. I'm going to try to make them real quickly. We don't have a timeline. Do we have a plan? And by that, I mean, when we had our display in here, there was at least one desk sitting back at the back there by itself. And okay, that better? Had one table back in the back there that had, I assume, plexiglass running down both sides for one desk.
It doesn't necessarily have to have that because I believe we had that one desk position where it was 6 feet from the nearest person at either table on the side of it, but it could have individual. It would have to also extend past the desk to keep to cover the person while they're seated.
Right. So if we use that method and extending it however far back it needed to be, I think you said maybe 8 or 10 inches. How many desks like that could be fit into a high school room?
Individually?
Yes.
I don't think it changes it by more than one.
More than one is all?
Yes, sir. In other words, if you just put individual.
Has anybody tried to put?
Yes, sir. We put every configuration you can imagine together.
Even with that arrangement?
And we think that might get us from 25 maybe to 26. Because remember, they still have to maneuver around in the room, and a single desk makes it more difficult to maneuver in the room.
Has DHEC offered any other alternative to this or been receptive to any other alternative to this plexiglass plus mask plus 6 feet plus all that stuff?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Can you ask them if they can come up with something a little bit better? As Mr. Suddeth indicated, we may be sitting here in March or April of next year with a bunch of high school seniors that haven't been able to go to class all year. And that simply to me is unacceptable. We need to come up with a plan to address the pandemic, to make it safe for the students and to get them back in school as soon as we can. Has DHEC given us any rules as far as plexiglass on buses?
No, sir, other than the State Department of Education has flatly refused to put plexiglass around the driver's seat.
Around the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
But as far as the students, the riders?
That question has not been asked specifically. The question that was asked was about the driver.
Yes.
We'll be glad to ask that question. I would imagine their answer is going to be the same. That when put around the driver, they're not going to put around the students because they have a safety concern.
The reason I ask that is that right now we're limited to what, 66% of
67%.
67% of capacity. That would make a difference in terms of getting kids to school, I think. Have we asked for any money from the county that is available right now?
We requested and they funded Wi-Fi. We're also looking at whether that will be sufficient to cover the broadband needs in the county. If it's not, we'll ask for some more. I'm not aware at this point of any need that we have that is unfunded.
I'm thinking particularly of PEP for teachers. And I'm guessing that we're providing the masks, but they might like other types of PEP, whether it's plastic face shields, N90 masks or anything like that. Have
any requests that they have, we'll be glad to fulfill, and the state's paying for it.
The state is paying for it?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason we can't go ahead and ask for it for all teachers now?
We have it for all teachers.
We have that for all teachers?
Yes, sir.
N90
no,
masks?
we don't have face shields for all teachers. We supplied them for certain teachers, and for any teacher who requests one, we'll be glad to get them one.
All right. And the state will pay for all of that?
Yes, sir. We have plenty of PPE in the warehouse.
Okay. How many counselors do we have for school? I think we increased that this year, and I thought at one time it was two counselors per school, but is that still correct?
At the high school level?
All schools. Well, I think primarily high school.
It varies. The ratio is 1 to 250 at the high school and middle school, and it's so many hours of service per week for the student body at elementary schools.
Okay. So I think the answer is we have plenty of counselors for all of the students at all of our schools.
Arguably, counselors would say that you need to have more of them.
Okay.
But we meet what would be the I don't want to say the national guidance from the guidance group, but the sort of the nationwide standard for counseling services.
Well, I guess the nationwide standard sort of depends on the community and the issues that are going on there.
Our ratio is well below in a good way, the requirement for the state for staffing for counselors per student.
Right. And again, are you satisfied that is enough to address all of the needs that we have?
That and the 92 mental health counselors that we have serving our schools.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And it's like some other occupations within the profession. If you had a blank check to hire as many as you would want to, you don't have the people out there to hire.
Okay. You were talking about students and or teachers returning to school after either being quarantined or after being stuck at home without any that is, who have tested positive. And I don't know if I heard the answer. Are we asking teachers and or students who have been diagnosed with COVID and have spent their time at home to test positive before they return to school?
They can either have a negative test or they can have clearance from their physician.
One or the other, but they do have to have that to return. That goes for teachers as well.
If they were positive, yes.
If they were positive. I wish these things wouldn't turn off every 2 minutes. Of the teachers, or I should go back to, of the total employees due to COVID-19 for whatever reason, either quarantining or isolating, how many of those are teachers?
I don't have that in front of me. We're glad to get that.
Let's get that as soon as we can, if you don't mind. That's to me would be a little bit helpful for a teacher who's a little uncomfortable going back to school to know whether that's a good reason or not. Same thing. of the, let's see, 16 teachers who are quarantining due to exposure at work, we don't have a number of those as to whether they are teachers or other staff, do we?
Well, we do. I don't have it in this report. I'll be glad to get it for you.
Okay. With respect to the students, we have 12 students quarantining due to exposure in the school building. And what percentage is that, again, of the total number of students?
Well, we've got 75,000 some odd, and we've got 23.5 in virtual, so 52,000.
Yeah, I would say 52,000. That's a fairly low percentage of those who've actually contracted the disease in the classroom. Would seem to indicate to me that we're not experiencing a huge jump in the COVID cases through the schools, through the classrooms.
I would agree with that, provided I understood the qualifier you put on it, through the school and through the classroom. We do have that jump. We've gone from 300 and some odd to 556, and 102 of that have come out of athletic related exposure.
Right.
So but you said specifically in the school,
in the school,
classroom,
yes. I'm leaving the athletic
I would think, yes, sir.
cases out of it. Those to me seem to be a little
When you
separate.
put in extracurricular, then I think it does contribute to that bump from that bump was around 320, 330 up to about 556.
Yeah.
And that bump was over about a 2-week period.
Yeah. Let's see here. So we don't have a plan for returning middle school. I think you said that's your priority right now in terms of the next return to 5-day week would be the middle school students.
Well, absent it reaching a level that they don't have to socially distance, which obviously that's the plan. If they don't have to do that, they come back. We do not have a specific plan because plexiglass in and of itself is not a solution for all middle school students or all high school students.
I understand. All right, that's all I've got. Ms. Minneswell.
Dr. Royster, what have we done to catch up students on what they missed last spring?
We'll let Mr. McCoy speak to that. Mr. McCoy?
So Ms. Wells, we worked this summer, we redid the curriculum this summer to include those things that the students would have missed. So that was done before the units. We chose to do that instead of doing 6-7 weeks of review. We chose to build in the stuff that the students would have missed in the spring before the units were taught in mostly first semester, realizing that when we went out in March 16th, that was really only about 4 weeks worth of instruction the students would have missed because the bulk of that would have been testing, state testing in May. And then we had spring break in there.
So you're saying that this first 9 weeks was a review?
No.
You entered some of the material into what they're learning new now?
Yeah, so we reintroduced, so for example, before they taught their fractions unit, they would usually teach, let's say first 9 weeks, they would have gone back. We added the content prior to the fractions they had to have in order to do the new fractions unit. So we did the review content prior to the unit of happening.
And you did that for all their classes and all grade levels?
Correct. All grade levels, K to 8. High school, of course, those courses don't necessarily align. Those courses, in other words, don't, go from English 1, 2, 3, and 4, for example, those are recursive standards. So the kids are going to get those standards in every English 1, 2, 3, 4 class, just deeper. But there's not a clear path in all high school courses like there is in elementary. Math 1, Math 2, Math 3, Math 4. Once you get to high school, you can take math, and then you can go to a variety of math classes depending upon what your choice is.
And this was done in grades first through 8?
K to 8.
That's interesting because I've had parents that said that they haven't seen any review, but that's good. So if that has happened, Dr. Royster, how are students tracking on TE 21 assessments? Are they on track or are they behind or what? Where are we with this?
McCoy, I believe we've given the opening assessment and the next benchmark is when?
The pre-assessment was done per state guidelines. The beginning of the year, the next, the normal benchmark 1 is happening currently.
When will we get those results?
Those results should happen end of October by the time they finish and everything gets recalculated.
Okay, because I definitely want those results
As do we.
as soon as they come in. Dr. Royster, K, 4, and 5 teachers are masked the entire time. Is that correct or no?
You have to mask if you cannot maintain 6 feet of social distancing.
Because I think with these little personalities, they need to see teachers talking and pronouncing words and things. I'm just trying to figure out, you know,
Now, some of them choose to be masked the whole time. That's a choice they make, and we certainly don't tell them not to do that. The direction that we have for all employees, when you cannot maintain 6 feet, be masked.
So are we working with aides? I know aides are in the K4 and 5 elementary. I know they put in a lot of time at home preparing and helping. Do we help them in making up their hours and things with time that they spend home preparing, helping the classroom teacher?
I'm not sure what they would be doing at home. I think the most of their work, the principals are having them do that at school to help with some of the other responsibilities that teachers have related to movement of students, assisting with ingress and egress of the building, helping them make materials, that kind of thing. I think that's where most of their time comes in.
No, there are some aides that really care and go beyond the call of duty, and I hope that we understand this. And then my last thing, you know, for so many years, we talked about these kids, that our students do not have the communication skills that they so need in applying for jobs and so forth. They're always on their computers and always texting. And now what have we done? We are causing Generation Alpha and Generation Z to focus only on computers and virtual and e-learning, and they're missing out on all of that interaction with teachers, students, and their own surroundings with communications and discussion with subject matter and so forth. I am constantly hearing that these young people need to be able to talk to other students in their classroom so they can throw different ideas about whatever the subject matter is. And I hope we don't lose that. Thank you.
Speak up with your next.
Thank you, Mr. Chamley. Dr. Oyster, if I understood correctly, what you're talking about middle and high schools, getting kids back face to face, one of the problems was the too many students in the classrooms.
Yes, sir. That's one issue.
Okay. If I remember correctly, do we give middle and high school teachers 2 planning periods a day?
Yes, sir. Right now, one of those is devoted to supporting the e-learning that they're doing for their students.
No, it would be very unpopular to take those planning periods away, but have you given any consideration to that?
Yes, sir. Not only considered it, we've discussed it. That's why they're working on alternatives.
We may hear more later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Dr. O'Connor?
It's probably not worth adding, but we've gone so far over on this agenda item, and I just don't want it to, the comment that, well, we don't expect so much discussion on the other 2. It's not a question of taking away from the next 2 items. It's, if this board decides to extend, okay, but we want to allow for the discussion to happen on the next. The other thing is that when board members are stating the sacrifices that students and families are experiencing repeatedly to the superintendent. I believe it is fair to say that the superintendent, as much or more than anyone, because he is responsible for making sure that the ed plan is implemented and that the high bar that we set is met, understands and is concerned about those same things. Thank you. But it almost sounds like we're asking him to do something different than what he's doing when we say we're concerned about all the needs not being met. And I just have to say, oh, yes, we are concerned that not all of our students' needs are being met during this pandemic and our families and our community. But hearing those concerns, I hope, from my perspective, does not send the message that you're not addressing it as aggressively and appropriately as you can under the health conditions we've discussed. So I just wanted to add that from my point of view.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor.
The comment was that we knew there would be a lot of questions during this one. And if we needed to make up time, we can always extend as long as we need to. Not that the two are not important. They are vitally important. Just make sure we're clear on that. Mr. Rose, I think had you had a chance to talk yet?
I think Dr. Royster was.
I just simply wanted to thank Dr. O'Connor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question is actually just for the board chair. I believe this agenda item is going to be on each board meeting probably for the foreseeable future. And it seems like we should assume that we're going to take at least 2 hours to have this discussion every month. And so I would just ask the chair and staff to perhaps assume that 2 hours is probably appropriate amount of time and not 30 minutes. Then we wouldn't have to extend as much.
Well taken. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? If nobody else on this subject, we can move on to the next one. I'll turn that over to the chair to.
No, sir, you are chairing 2.02. You've got, and everyone will have ample time, and we are not going to shortchange anyone. Thank you. I'll be glad to take it over if you need me, B.
No, I do not need you to.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Dr. Royster to introduce our speaker presenter for the next one.
On our next item, I'm going to turn it over in just a minute to Dr. Turner. He's going to give an overview. I think your overview is going to be both of 2.02 and 2.03. Isn't that right, Dr. Turner? But we're approaching them as separate topics. So we'll present one. You have the opportunity to ask questions or have discussions about that one. Then we'll present the second one. Many of you had noticed that there is, I won't say a strange person in the room, a different person in the room. After she talks, you can draw your own conclusions about it. No, we are very fortunate to have as a partner, not only in the work that you're going to hear about today, but in other related work, the Julie Valentine Center. And many of you are probably, if not all of you, are familiar with the work of the Julie Valentine Center. But we have partnered with them for a number of years, originally with providing students some training and information. And we expanded that to employee training and information. You have heard us talk about and reference Victor Veith, who is a nationally, if not internationally, recognized expert in areas of child sexual abuse, young person sexual abuse, related topics. We were connected with him through the efforts of the Julie Valentine Center. And Shauna Galloway Williams is their executive director or their CEO. And she's with us today because so much of particularly what Karen Kapp is going to talk about in her training presentation, much of that work is actually done by the Julie Valentine Center. And even work that they don't do, we use them to vet work that we do. And she has weighed in the Julie Valentine Center on policy development, on training development, and in working with us in all manner of ways related to the topic that we have before us today. So, Shauna, we very much appreciate your being able to be here today. You probably now know way more about the COVID-19 than you perhaps ever wanted to know, but we appreciate you being here today and being a resource to us on a continuous basis, not just today. Dr. Turner, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you move forward with the first item.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Thank you, board members. As you all have talked about for 2 hours, this district puts paramount the safety and security and health of our students and our staff members. And this topic is related to safety and security of our students, even though it is specifically about sexual misconduct or sexual harassment by adults towards students. So as we've approached the topic you've just finished, which is COVID and health and well-being of our employees and our students, we approach this topic with the same seriousness, with the same consciousness of how important it is. So as we break up into 2 parts today with Mr. Webb and with Ms. Capp, I want you to keep that in mind of all the resources that this district has put in place in terms of safety and security. Can you hear me?
Just get a little, push it a little bit closer.
In all things related to those 2 aspects. This was not a new topic. In fact, I went back on my calendar and Dr. O'Connor and I met with Dr. Royster and Doug Webb back on February of 19th. I call that BC, which is before COVID. And she presented us at that time with the questions and the statements that were read by Dr. O'Connor, Ms. Glenda Marson-Fair, and Ms. Debbie Bush at the last board meeting. So those were not new questions or new topics that were brought up last month. They were actually presented in February. We had just, after COVID, we had not had a chance to actually do the research and begin the presentation for you all as a board. So thank you for bringing it back around to us so we could address it beginning today. One thing that I would like to bring out before Ms. Capp and Mr. Webb begin their presentations was there was one reference made in the research, and Dr. Connor, I want to say thank you for the research you provided, for excellent sources of information you provided for us, which we used among others. But there was a statistic that was talked about in the last board meeting that was cited in the research that was attributed to a Dr. Carol Shakeshaft in a study in 2004. And as we looked at that presentation, which she did for the U.S. Department of Education, they had a footnote about the way she conducted her methodology. And the statistic that was put out in the board meeting, and so I wanted to clarify it for you all as a board and also for our public who may be listening, was that 1 in every 10 students would experience some type of sexual harassment or sexual misconduct or abuse during their time in kindergarten through 12th grade. The footnote and the reference to her study or that statistic was that she did not do a meta-analysis of all the studies in a proper way. She didn't do a meta-analysis. She did a review of literature. And so there's just a question mark about that one statistic that I wanted to put out there, that we have looked for other data to support that. And at this time, we don't have anything other than her reference to that. And there was a lot of controversy about her methodology in that study. So I wanted to make sure we were clear on that point. Today, we do have 2 presentations. We're going to start with Doug Webb, who is going to go over Title IX and the updates to Title IX, and then allow for questions for you all. And then we will go to Ms. Karen Capp, who is going to reference all the required trainings for our employees as it relates to sexual misconduct, sexual harassment, or sexual abuse. And as referenced by Dr. Royster, we have Ms. Galloway Williams here, who is also a partner with us on this topic. Mr. Webb?
Thank you, Dr. Turner. I believe Dr. Turner did a great job in setting the stage and framing this up of how important an issue this is to the school district regarding sexual harassment and its obligations to prevent, to the extent possible, to monitor and to address when necessary any form of sexual harassment, and how serious protecting the safety, health, and welfare of students is to everyone here. But what I want to do today is give you an overview of Title IX. It's sort of an abbreviated presentation that I often give to administrators, but it certainly is better suited for you in this context here at the October Cal. I also want to give you an update of the significant, substantial changes to Title IX that were rolled out by the United States Department of Education in August, went into effect August 14th. Just a couple months ago, actually almost 2 months ago at this juncture. So without further ado, Title IX has been around for a while, been around since 1972, first passed under the Nixon administration. And the pertinent language in there, as you can see, is that no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any educational program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. And the key for sexual harassment is the verbiage, be subjected to discrimination. And that is what the provision under Title IX applies to sexual harassment. And that's what Congress envisioned when it passed this law, is how this then translates to school districts to protect to students, as well as higher ed in the college and university setting. Now, Title IX, as you know, you've heard throughout the years, also has other governing applicability, such as equal opportunity to athletes and students in the educational setting, whether sports, academics, learning. Certainly that's a key component as well, but a growing component of Title IX as far as emphasis by the courts, by the United States Department of Education, is sexual harassment of students. So that will be the focus of this presentation. Well, maybe. All right, there we go. Perfect. So like I said, Title IX has been around since 1972. And there were a lot of obligations for sexual harassment under the existing law and existing regulations. As sexual harassment was defined, school districts had certain obligations to address sexual harassment, needed to act with due diligence and appropriate care. But these new regulations provide an additional definition of sexual harassment, provide much more due process throughout the complaint process itself. And it does a lot of other things as far as appellate procedures and things of that nature that I will run through. So originally, there was a long period of comment period for Congress and for school districts, universities to provide feedback on proposed regulations. And that occurred for about a year or so at the federal setting. And then the regulations were passed this past May. And like I said earlier, went into effect August 14th. Significant changes that led, I want to say, 19 different states to actually try to stop the implementation of the regulations. I actually sued in federal court for an injunction. Courts denied those requests, and the regulations went into effect. Primarily, the concern raised in those injunctive requests by states was just how burdensome it would be on school districts and higher ed institutions, and some other concerns, but those were the primary concerns. So we'll run through the changes here in a minute. All right, so sexual harassment. Obviously, before we talk about what our obligations are, we need to talk about what sexual harassment is. So you have three forms and definitions of sexual harassment under Title IX. You have what has been discussed throughout the years as quid pro quo, this for that. That's what it means for Latin. And so that typically deals with when an adult or even a student has leverage or apparent leverage, actual or parent, influence, power over another student. And so in exchange for X, I'll give you X if you do Y, for example, some sort of sexual favor, something of that nature, then that would be quid pro quo. Okay. The second form of sexual harassment under Title IX is what's called the hostile learning environment. All right. So obviously we're talking about students here in this context. A lot of times you hear a hostile work environment under Title VII of anti-discrimination laws. This is the hostile learning environment. So when there is an environment that's so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it denies a person equal access to their education and rights and program activity, that's when sexual harassment occurs. Okay, so it can be jokes, it can be discussions, it could be posters on the wall, it could be comments, and we'll talk about a variety of those items that will make it a hostile learning environment. And thirdly, as far as the definition of sexual harassment, you have sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking. Okay, obviously all of those have serious potential criminal implications as well. And I'll mention now, and I'll mention again later, is we train our administrators anytime there's any suspected criminal conduct between students, anywhere on campus or a school-sponsored event, to err on the side of contacting law enforcement. So I say that to say this, is that, while these definitions of assault, violence, stalking, studies show that they happen more often, higher ed, college setting, they certainly can happen and do happen at times in the K-12 setting. So that's also important to remember. All right, so when we talk about hostile, going back to that second definition of hostile learning environment for sexual harassment, the new regs make it clear that it can include verbal harassment, like I said, physical harassment. All right, so if you go around and touch somebody inappropriately, it's unwelcome. The key of all this is it has to be unwelcome conduct. It can't be reciprocal. It can start off being consensual and then turn later into being unwelcome, and that's still sexual harassment, and that's important to stress. But certainly physical harassment, touching, can create that hostile learning environment. Visual harassment, like I talked about, something on someone's computer, posters, blowing kisses, some sort of hand gesture, that kind of thing can be visual harassment as well. And then sort of the catch-all definition under any other act, verbal, nonverbal, that are sufficiently serious to create a hostile environment. A lot of times that can be texting, sexting, things of that nature, sort of a catch-all. But the key there is you have to look at every situation on an individual analysis. And that's where it's very important that our Title IX coordinator for the district, which is Brian Sherman, works with schools to look at and make sure that every situation is individually analyzed, assessed, investigated, reviewed, and addressed appropriately. All right, so significant changes. I'm not sure why the numbering came up this way, but we'll go back to number one. So the new regs, kind of, you have to wrap your mind around the new terminology. So they instead of the alleged harasser or the accused or accuser, is now the person being accused is the respondent. Okay, the alleged victim is now the complainant. And so that kind of merges in with the idea, and it's really emphasized in the Title IX regulations now, that there is a clear presumption of innocence for someone who's accused of sexual harassment. All right, and you need to show by preponderance of evidence that sexual harassment occurred. All right, so preponderance of evidence has been called 50% plus a feather. Okay, that's just one description. So that is very important. Also, number two, there's now a bifurcated investigation and decision process, 2 independent reviews, okay? So you get a formal complaint filed under our new administrative rule, JCDAG. There is an investigator assigned, okay? Typically it will be the assistant principal who's the first layer of review. And that investigator will meet with witnesses, collect evidence, statements, do a thorough review of the situation, work with law enforcement if it's necessary. And they will do a thorough investigation, and then they will do a draft report, all right, to the decision maker, who's going to be the principal at the school level typically, who will then do a separate independent review. So now you have 2 layers of review, and then you have an appellate process that we'll talk about in more. For any meeting to have advance notice and to have an advisor or an attorney of your choice present, which is a big change under Title IX. You also have the ability to review any and all evidence that's relevant to the investigation throughout the investigation. It's possible, depending on some privacy rights, to redact some names, but at the same time, the person being accused, the respondent, has the ability and the right to know of the allegations against them. Number 4, appeals process. What you have for students, you have an appeals process that if it results in a recommendation for expulsion, that appeals process would then be shifted over to the hearing officer that you have appointed for the expulsion process. But if it doesn't result in expulsion, then it would go up to the deputy superintendent or designee. And the same goes with an employee or another adult, such as a volunteer who has been found to have engaged in sexual harassment as well. That appellate process would then go through to the deputy superintendent. Number 6, no discipline can be imposed until the conclusion of the appeals process. This is a big one. I can't stress this one enough. And this is probably some grounds of why a couple states at least sued and try to get injunctive relief, is that the law basically says that until the complete appellate process is finished, exhausted, you cannot punish, discipline a student. And that can be quite lengthy. That can go on for a month or 2, depending on the circumstances of the investigation. And so you have to hold off on any sort of discipline. Now, there is a caveat. There is a process that if someone poses a safety risk to a student or multiple students at the school level, there is what's called emergency removal. Okay, so you can remove that student. It's not considered discipline in accordance with Title IX, but you can remove that student, still allow education, but you get them out of that environment. All right. Liability. This is a big change. It used to be under the new law, or I'm sorry, the old law and case law that developed throughout the years, that really it took an administrator or someone at a higher level having knowledge of that sexual harassment or suspected sexual harassment. Now the law has been changed to say if any employee has actual knowledge, they see something, they're informed about something, then they have, then it's deemed that the entire school district has it. So it could be someone who is a classified employee, could be a teacher, could be anyone that has knowledge that is deemed imputed up to the highest level of the school district, which is a big deal. And that's why it's so important for us to train, and we've done this for years. This is not going to change anything. But we've trained employees at all levels, teachers, aides, classified employees, building services, fans, whomever, that if they see something, suspect something, hear anything, rumors, gossip, whatever it is, that it's incumbent on them, it's necessary to report that to an administrator at the school level, so the school can then work with their supervisor, work with the Title IX coordinator, contact law enforcement, everything of that nature. And speaking of the Title IX coordinator, this new law talks a lot about the increased responsibilities of the coordinator, okay, of how they have to work with the complainants, notify them of rights, monitor the situation, work with schools, and they are involved throughout the whole process in a support capacity. All right, so what have we done in the last month or two in response to these new regulations? Well, I conducted 4 Zoom training sessions in August for all the investigators, the assistant principals, the decision makers, which would be the principals, as well as some HR staff who would be involved in the process, along with Mr. Sherman, regarding all the new changes. Okay, so these 4 webinars, webinars, were conducted hour and a half long each, and very thorough in what was said and trained for these administrators. There is a new, as you saw and you've received, revised administrative rule, almost double the length of the administrative rule that was previously in effect, with significant changes that mirrors all the changes in Title IX, but also exceeds them, goes into more definitions, some more examples to be helpful for students, for staff, for principals, things of that nature. There's a new complaint form that's also attached to the administrative rule for sexual harassment that is more clear on Title IX responsibilities. I have drafted new template letters for different situations. So if there is a complaint, the Title IX coordinator now has to send the complainant a letter with all the notification of rights. Even if there's not a complaint, but we have suspected sexual harassment, we have to send them a letter notifying them of their ability to file a complaint. So all kinds of notification requirements. There's a new web page on the district site for Title IX that has all our training material, the board policy administrative rule, contact information for the Title IX coordinator, and we're in the process of linking that to all school websites as well. We've continued to emphasize the requirement, and I know this is going to be a lot of the training piece for students is going to be next month at the Cal, but how it is important to provide age-appropriate training to students for what sexual harassment is, what they should do if they're ever subjected to it or see it. Aaron's all kinds of different things that we do as a school district, but I'll save that for next month. We also have emphasized the training for employees for that requirement of never engaging in sexual harassment, but also too, how to report it, how to address it, things of that nature, which Ms. Cat will go into greater detail here in a minute. And like I said, we have revised JCDAG extensively in response to Title IX. All right, so these are the specifically what we've changed in the administrative rule. There are new requirements for record keeping. A big component of the new regulations is the requirement for school districts to provide supportive measures during an investigation and even after an investigation to students, both the complainants and respondents. So that could be separating students, making sure that whatever's happened in the past doesn't happen while the investigation is going on, appropriate communication to the parents and students during the investigation, keep them in the loop of how things are transpiring, tutoring, counseling, all kinds of different forms of supportive measures exist there to help those affected students. So here's a sort of an 8-step summary of the complaint process. And I'm not going to go into it in great detail because I've already mentioned a lot of it. But again, complaint, written notice, and then you have this bifurcated process where you have 2 independent reviews done by the investigator and then subsequently by the decision maker. And then you have the appellate process all the way up to the deputy superintendent. So pretty extensive. Now, I know you can't see this, and it takes some time to kind of digest it and make sense of this flow chart, but it actually is a pretty good flow chart as they come. And one thing I do want to highlight to you on the right side there in purple is what's called the informal resolution process. And that's now in Title IX, kind of akin to the mediation process in the legal system. Whereas if there's a formal complaint, the parties can say, well, let's stop. Let's see if we can work something out and talk about what happened. And the district can facilitate that, see if they can come in sort of a mutual agreeable resolution between the parties, between the complainant and the respondent. A lot of times there will be an advisor and an attorney involved, represent those students. And so that's a key avenue here for the school district to help, hopefully, kind of diffuse some situations, but also to make sure appropriate outcomes are in effect as well. And to the left up there is the emergency removal provision in red. Again, when there's a safety, health concern, you do an independent review analysis, and even that decision can be appealed to the executive director of student services. So there's sort of a due process within that provision as well, as far as an appeal. And then the green in the center is your sort of your traditional, for lack of a better term, process now under these new regulations for what an investigation looks like. So I know we're going to be talking about board policies next, Cal, but I do just want to do a cursory review of a few relevant policies pertaining to Title IX. We have board policy JA, which is your overarching student non-discrimination policy that talks about how there will be no discrimination or harassment on any count, on any basis. You have policy JCDAG, which the board amended a few years ago to address the Safe School Climate Act, but also Title IX. Then you have the administrative rule JCDAG as revised that now gets us compliant with Title IX. And like I said earlier, it goes beyond just the technical requirements of Title IX and provides additional information that's supportive to students and to staff. JGI, again, I would always be remiss if I don't say this, even though it's not directly Title IX, is the mandatory reporting of child neglect and abuse. We stress this to our employees all the time. Again, like Dr. Turner said, safety is paramount. So anytime you have any information to suspect child abuse or child neglect, you have to report that to law enforcement and also DSS working with the two depending on the circumstance. JCAB is administrators are required to contact law enforcement, and this addresses Title IX because a lot of these allegations will have sort of gray and overlapping criminal implications, even especially touching wise. That we have to contact law enforcement, administrators do, anytime any suspected criminal conduct occurs on campus or a school-sponsored event. And then you guys know about policy GBV that was passed about 2 years ago, maybe 3 now, about how the title is defining and maintaining professional staff and student boundaries. But what that policy does is, one, it talks about what appropriate relationships and mentoring students looks like, how we encourage that. 2, on the flip side of the spectrum on that, it talks about how any sort of sexual harassment, grooming, things of that nature is strictly prohibited. It requires employees to contact law enforcement, all things that we've talked about here today. But those boundary blurring behaviors, it also addresses those things in the center that sometimes can be signs of mentoring, can be purely innocent and proper, but also could edge on some unprofessionalism as well. That's policy GBV. But again, I know those will be covered a lot more next month. Again, important laws, Title IX, obviously what we're talking about right now. 163755 under state law, South Carolina. Now this was passed about 8-9 years ago now, about sexual battery with a student. Yeah, it used to be technically legal for a student and an employee, a student of age 18 years old, to engage in some sort of consensual sexual relationship with an employee. That law was put in place to say no, it is in essence not consensual because of the relationship between the employee and the teacher a school employee, not necessarily just a teacher, and that student. So there are criminal implications, even if the student is of age, and that's very, very important. Again, that requirement to contact school officials like we talked about in board policy, and then that mandatory reporting requirement for child abuse. Prevention and training, we've, like I talked about earlier, district websites, school handbooks, the policies and rules. Like Brian Sherman is the Title IX coordinator, and we've worked with him on some training that he's had in the past year, and he's continuing to seek out additional training for Title IX responsibility. So we've ramped that up. Ms. Cap is about to talk about staff training, and then next month we'll talk in a lot more detail about age-appropriate information for students. But again, all of this prevention and training is a key component of Title IX requirements under federal law. So, I kind of want to talk about Title IX's umbrella and then go in greater detail with Ms. Cap and next month with other information. But it all starts really with Title IX. And that's it for me. I'll be happy to answer any questions now, or I can also answer questions after Mrs. Cap presents as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Doug, for giving us this update. We depend on you to keep us kind of in the loop on all the legal issues. I guess I have one question about making sure I understand your flow diagram, which I love flow diagrams. That's good. But when the Title IX coordinator talks to the reporting party, it looks like they explain the process, or they discuss these protective measures, available support measures, et cetera? Or is that they would do both, right?
Sorry, I probably won't be able to see it regardless, but yes, they would do both. They would talk about support. They would talk about the process as a whole. And you are correct. They would then also talk about supportive measures. But generally speaking, once they explain the process, at that point, there would be either a formal complaint, or the student would say, I don't want to do a formal complaint. And under Title IX, if the student and parent guardian, if the student's under 18, says they do not wish to pursue a formal complaint, the Title IX coordinator could, if it's something that he feels, in this case, Mr. Sherman, feels necessary to file a complaint on behalf of the student, could still potentially do it. But the idea would be that typically a formal claim would not be filed, and the school would just look at it under the school discipline process under JCDA. And we would still have to do our due diligence, still address the situation, still separate students, do a lot of things, but it just would not fall technically under the Title IX procedure.
Okay. And so then there was I think it's back on the slide. I don't know which slide it was on. There was an item under the significant changes. So number 6 was no discipline can be imposed until conclusion of the appeals process. But once that process starts, does this get to where you were talking about what measures perhaps a student is removed from a classroom? And I guess, how do you do that without making the student feel like they're the one being punished?
And that's a good question. And that's a difficulty raised in a lot of the litigation and injunctive relief requests in courts related to this is that the no discipline aspect. And the key for us, and how I've interpreted Title IX, which is consistent with a lot of attorneys here nationally, would be is how you define discipline versus what a supportive measure is. And for me, as long as a student who is the respondent, as long as there's justification as a supportive measure to remove them, let's just say, it could happen just within a classroom as far as seating wise, or it might be necessary that they are removed from the classes or a different schedule, lunch period, whatever the case might be. But it's how you define that. And to me, that would not be discipline. Now, they certainly could disagree, but I think that would be a supportive measure between the students to protect the respondent, the person being accused as well, because you don't want them to possibly be accused of something else and have that interaction at the same time. But you're also supporting the complainant as well. So it's really how you define what discipline is. And there I would say it would be a supportive measure and not necessarily discipline.
So does is there an option there to remove the respondent instead of the?
Yeah, absolutely. And typically Title IX would err on removing the person who's being accused of the wrongdoing, the respondent versus the complainant. And that's part of the training to schools is be very, very careful. Absent some sort of compelling extenuating circumstance, and typically, and I've seen it a few times, whereas the complainant will say, I want to move, I want a different classroom. Now, that's a different analysis. But generally speaking, err on the side of not moving the person who's bringing the complaint.
So we have a Title IX coordinator who also serves as the investigator.
Ma'am, so that's a good question, and I need to clarify that. So the Title IX coordinator in this Title IX process is there to support complainants with the process when, to help them be knowledgeable about Administrative Rule JCDAG and the complaint process and their rights, and help schools throughout the process to make sure we comply across the board with everything that we need to do. But they are there for assistance. They are not investigating the incidents or the allegations. The individuals investigating would be the investigator at the school level, and then subsequently, after that review, the decision maker. And when it's a student-on-student situation, it would be the assistant principal and then the principal, okay? Whereas if it's an employee or adult situation on a student for sexual harassment, then it would be employees relations representative as the first layer, as the investigator, and the director of HR as the second layer. Again, two different, just because we're dealing with adults, employees, HR makes more sense for HR to then be involved.
Who's the investigator then?
The investigator, when it's student on student, would be the assistant principal designated by the school. So the school has designated one assistant principal to be the Title IX investigator for that school.
Do we have requirements for what sort of, do we have requirements for who that person can be?
Well, certainly we've left it up to the principal to choose wisely based on their experience and knowledge of who would be a competent and excellent investigator. And so we have left that autonomy to the principal, and they know that they need to select someone who is thorough and meticulous in nature. And of course, that investigator goes through the training of how to be an investigator and what their responsibilities are.
That's additional to be an investigator. That's additional training above and beyond just sort of recognizing.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll talk about that, I guess. So I guess one layer of that would be concerning to me is that you, particularly at the high school level, we don't have as much diversity in who those principals and APs are. And I would imagine that particularly when you have a student who needs to come forth and share something that could be very difficult, how do you tell on a teacher if it's a student teacher kind of thing. So I guess I have a little concern that we would not have some other person identified or ensure that we have different people available. If it's a female making,
Sure. I think that's a good
point,
point.
it should be a female listening.
And I think that's an excellent point. And what the Title IX coordinator would do in those circumstances, and the school, if there's a guidance counselor who the student is familiar with, that person can be involved in helping the student talk with the investigator or in that process. So there are different ways to making sure that the complainant is as comfortable as they can be given the circumstances. And just because that investigator has been designated and trained, it doesn't mean that somebody else can't help with the situation and help the complainant feel comfortable in reporting and talking about the situation.
Unless, that's a concern and that's important, but it's also important that the investigator doesn't have blind spots based upon their own
Blind spots. One good thing about the changes is now you have a separate independent review by another layer beyond them. So they would draft a report in which the students would have the opportunity 10 days to respond to. And that report from the investigator, typically the assistant principal, would then be sent to the principal. The principal would read it, look at it, do a review of the situation. And if there are any blind spots, that's when those will be reviewed and corrected. And then from there, don't forget that there's now an appellate process to the deputy superintendent or designee as well. So there's a lot more due process, that bifurcated process at the school level, but also an appellate process beyond that.
So I like where we're going, and I appreciate, how that helps the student, but with each additional escalation that you have to endure to report something, it becomes harder and becomes more of a burden, more of a punishment for that person who already has endured that abuse. So I guess knowing that we have our diversity initiative where they're partnering with us in the school district, I would just ask that we give consideration to whether to that specific piece of it. Should we have a different way of investigating that? Because when I went through the Diversity Leaders Initiative, when we talk about blind spots, it's not something you see. And if you have a bias that you've introduced into your investigation and then you pass that up, and the person above you also has a similar bias based on perspective, not knowingly, not willingly, no prejudice that's intentional, but you can have that even if you've been trained. So I just feel like that's the place where I feel like I'd like to see something, a little more work and thought into, is that the best practice for how these things get investigated?
We can certainly look at that. But I do think it's important. And as you know, that not only do you have that bifurcated process, but you have the Title IX coordinator involved. You have that informal resolution process. So certainly the concern is we don't want to put the alleged victim through any more turmoil than really she or he has to undergo. And, as a former prosecutor in my first life of practicing law, I certainly appreciate victims' rights and empathize with that. So that is something that we will look into.
Well, certainly, again, just maybe it's in the structure of how we set up our investigation team under the Title IX office and that coordinator. It's just giving thought to that. So thank you. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Sutter.
Mr. Webb, in looking at the South Carolina law, sexual battery with a student, if I'm in lifelong learning, the teacher's 25 and the student is 30, is that still applicable?
Well, let me be clear. We would certainly report it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would have to decide in working with the solicitor's office if it's still applicable. My view is if they're enrolled as a student, no matter what the age, then most likely it would still be applicable. But again, that would be up to the solicitor's office.
Is the student ever responsible?
Well, in your traditional sense of Title IX, no. I mean, if there's sexual harassment, the idea is that the respondent, the person being accused, is the wrongdoer. Now, there is a distinction that, when we talk about hostile learning environment, things of that nature, that conduct has to be unwelcome. Okay, so that's an aspect there. Is if it's welcome behavior and consensual, then there's no sexual harassment. But if there's sexual harassment, then the wrongdoing falls on the person being accused. I'm sorry, Dr. Crystal Ball, Connor.
You're talking about student, not adult to student.
Oh, yes. Adult to student can never be consensual. And I said that before, but let me emphasize that again.
Define student then.
A student is someone enrolled in the school system.
College student?
No, that would, if it's a college student who is engaging in some sort of behavior with one of our students, that college student who is not enrolled in our district would not be considered a student for our purposes.
And looking at our policy, we have harassment, intimidation, and bullying. When Title IX first came out, wasn't that to prevent equal access to athletic programs?
It was primarily twofold, Mr. Sudduth, both that as well as sexual harassment.
So sexual harassment was involved in that.
Sir.
All right, in looking at the same policy, sexual harassment, the first thing was talking about just harassment, intimidation, or bullying. That's not sexual.
It has to be. It could be racial harassment. It could be other forms of harassment.
The sexual part of it. When it says that a student believes that he or she has been discriminated or harassed against on the basis of his or her gender, race, color, or national origin, should file a complaint in accordance with the administrative rule that accompanies this policy. Where's the administrative rule that accompanies this policy? Can I get a copy of that?
So I'll be happy to send it to you. It's on board docs and it should be attached to the policy and we will send that to you. Yes, sir, Mr. Soda.
The second sentence says the board expects all students and district employees to conduct themselves in an appropriate manner. Respect other students, employees, volunteers, and third parties all the time. Are we giving any of this training to the student on this right here, or are we just simply saying you should know that?
Yes, absolutely. There is extensive training for students, age appropriate training all the way from K-5 to high school seniors. And so that will be discussed in greater detail next month. But Julie Valentine helps us with that. So many other entities and our own curriculum. So it is very extensive.
Any student who believes that he or she has been subjected to sexual harassment by another student, do we have a student against a student as far as a sexual entanglement? So that's always illegal.
Well, Mr. South, it can technically be legal depending on the circumstances. If it's welcome and the students are appropriate ages, if there is an appropriateness to that, at least legally. So that might not fall under sexual harassment. It still could be a violation of the behavior code, but it might not fall under Title IX. So that's the key distinction there.
I expect the employee to have better sense.
We do too, Mr. Sutton.
And to avoid any action toward or conduct with a student, which can be viewed as sexually inappropriate. But then I also wonder, some of these high school students are really adults in the physical sense. And it's not difficult for them to be involved with a coach or a teacher. And every time I've seen that happen, they fired the person, but they've done nothing to the student. So I think it takes two boys to make or two dogs to make a fight.
And Mr. Sudduth, I'm gonna have to respectfully, I understand your point, but I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree in the sense that the student.
I'm not saying I'm asking.
Yes, sir, then.
So don't say that you disagree with me, because I haven't said anything to disagree. I'm simply asking for an explanation, not what I believe.
Okay, well, the explanation is that in those circumstances, I could certainly make a compelling argument that the high school student would still be a victim. And it was really the fault of the employee who, one, is trained and knows better by both law and policy and Title IX not to engage in that kind of conduct.
What are we going to have next month?
So next month is going to be a deep dive on student training, board policies and student training regarding Title IX and sexual harassment.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudduth. Ms. Bush.
Thank you. I just want to, that was my question, what Mr. Sudduth asked, what he began with. And I think you give us a really clear explanation. I know that a 4 or 5 year age difference at probably any other age than the fact that those people are a student, there might be some of us in this room that have a 3, 4, 5 age difference with our spouses. But the whole key to this, and especially the law that you said that was passed a few years ago, makes it illegal for no matter what age you are. So if you are I know in Greenville County Schools, they can go to school. We have some 19 and 20-year-olds. So if you are a 19-year-old and you are involved with a 24-year-old coach, teacher, custodian, anyone in the school district, that is illegal. Just for clarity. And that all of our, and to make sure there's no confusion, all of our employees know that that is illegal.
That is in employee handbooks, that is communicated in training. Yes, ma'am.
Right. So, and it might not have been illegal before this law was passed 8 or 9 years ago. But now it is illegal. And you know, it's, while I would say it might have been an opinion as to whether that, you know, when we were in school or when we were teaching, that if you knew something, knew someone or some relationship that was going on, I am very thankful that our legislators saw fit to be able to give this protection to our students and not have it be an opinion. It is a law. It is not an opinion. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to thank Dr. Turner too for his introduction to this, by saying that it is right there along with COVID. It is maybe not as front of mind right now as you use the term BC as before COVID, but for bringing attention to the fact that this district, this board has consistently been very serious about this and about our policies and about training for our board members, training for our students. And so I'm very excited to see that, you know, as much as we want to get back to normalcy, this item on our agenda brings us back some of that normalcy to see that we are moving forward to make sure that not only are our students protected by their masks and by their plexiglass and by their social distancing, but they're also being protected by the policies that this school district sets forward and continues to update. And not only, I'm going to give the legislature credit for this law that makes it not an opinion, but makes it a law that no student, no matter what age, can consent to a Greenville County School District employee. And I'm very proud of that fact. And, give the legislature credit where due, but thank you, Dr. Turner, for the introduction where you give us some sense of normalcy that we can discuss a great policy issue and what effect it has and what protection it has on our students, as well as our employees. Other than discussion about COVID this morning. So thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you. That was all my question.
Thank you, Caldwell.
Thank you, Doug, for giving us this information on Title IX. What I wanted to know is, does this new regulations take out the ability of the investigators to be subjective instead of objective whenever they are investigating these type of things?
Let me be clear that the training and our hope and desire and what's really required under Title IX is that investigators are objective. And the idea would be that that's the correct thing to do. That's why they're in the position to be the investigators, be objective. Now, everybody's, a human being. So can I ever say with 100% absolute certainty that there might not be some subjectivity in there? I would hope not, but I can't say that. So I would say that the training, the expectation is that the investigation is thorough, fair, objective. Absolutely.
Okay, I also wanted to ask, I was told whenever all of that happened, last month or whatever, I asked, why did it take the investigation so long on that coach from Riverside? And it was told to me that we had to wait on the law enforcement investigation. Don't we have the investigation going on here where that we determine? And I wanted to know, because are these people still on, I know he was on administrative leave, but was it paid administrative leave?
Ms. Goodwin Caldwell, I'll be happy to talk specifics in an executive session. I will tell you on any situation, including that one, we are diligent in our own efforts. We work with law enforcement and we act as promptly as we can. And that was the situation there, but any specifics, I will be happy to address in executive session.
Okay, and I am so glad that this Title I does reference about the interaction between student and adult, because adults should know better, but a lot of them don't. That's why we get in these situations. But thank you for the information. Where'd he go?
Yes, the chairman had to step out for a moment, and so he informed me that I was next, and Mr. Lewis, you're next. I have a couple of questions. One was on the training with the students, and you said you would do that next month, so I will hold those questions. My other question is, my concern is over the selection of the investigation team, and especially the team and in the same place where the person is bringing the victim. The process seems like it will get the job done, but our problem seems like getting these students to the beginning of that pipeline. So many students are not willing to come forward, or whoever the victim is, they're just not willing to come forward. So I'm imagining you're going to answer that in the training question next month.
Man, that'll be a part of it, of how to emphasize how receptive the school administrations are to learning about hearing and helping. I mean, the key there is helping students deal with what they're experiencing and what's happened to them, and certainly investigating in a fair, impartial manner what's happened. But part of that training is in encouraging complaints and realizing that the schools, guidance counselors, investigators are there to support them. And that's the key for Title IX is the supportive measures in the new regulations are really emphasized for that. That is a key component in making sure parties are supported, felt supported, and that's continuous. I do want to mention that, and I do want to be clear that any law enforcement investigation, any allegation for child abuse, child neglect to DSS, while there can be some overlapping of Title IX is a separate process. So I just want to be clear on that. While certainly law enforcement can be involved in everything, Title IX is a federal law dealing with obligations of the school district, not of law enforcement. So I just want to make sure you're clear. And now the first question, Ms. Morrison-Fair, I missed, and I apologize. I think you had another question.
Oh, I said that you would answer that in the training.
Yeah, well,
Because
good.
that
Yes.
also employs to the adult side,
Yes, ma'am.
getting them to the beginning of that pipeline.
That's right.
It's-
That is very, very important for any sort of harassment, any sort of concern. Policy GBV that's in place that you were forward thinking as a board and passing a few years ago deals with sexual harassment, but it also deals with just improper conduct, harassment for other grounds. And so that is such a key component of knowing that or training teachers' aides, classroom aides, all employees at the school setting to report any concerns, sexual harassment or otherwise, to school administrators.
Okay, and that's why I want to emphasize that investigative team being on site. It would seem like I would prefer that be more diverse with not just on-site people. And because I heard you say the principal would be the one selecting those
We
people.
can look into that. I mean, certainly the Title IX coordinator will be very involved in the whole process. And it really would be incumbent on the Title IX coordinator, who I'll be involved in the process too, from a distance, and certainly be more involved if they have a lawyer or things of that nature and provide assistance. But if there's a request or the Title IX coordinator believes that some additional person would be beneficial to the process, certainly we would include that. But we'll be happy kind of to reassess whether there needs to be more diversity up front as well.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Morrison-Fair?
Thank you. I would just echo the concern about the diverse team, thinking about what the Title IX coordinator and what our high school principals in particular, just to have that mix as well as mentioned too, all kinds of diversity so that students have feeling of always being able to find someone to go to comfortably. I wonder when you talked about the process of Brian Sherman having the first conversation and then the student deciding whether to go forward after that, if that student understands how daunting the process might be in terms of multiple investigations and conversations, I would not in any way want that conversation to discourage anyone from going forward. But my question is, I would imagine they don't have a choice if it is an adult they report for sexual exploitation, grooming, abuse, any of those things that we've defined in policy. We would investigate that regardless of whether at the end of that meeting, the student decided to go forward. Is that correct?
Let me be crystal clear here. All right. There is a requirement to investigate and do due diligence, even if there's not a formal complaint, whether it be student on student or there's an adult on a student for sexual harassment. There is that obligation regardless. Now, the more elaborate process kicks in when there's a formal complaint. And like I mentioned earlier, if the Title IX coordinator, and I would imagine this would often be the case, if there's an employee involved in this and there are discussions, the Title IX coordinator can file a complaint on their own accord on behalf of the student. Now, that being said, if the student says, I don't want to go through this entire process, then that is certainly something to be considered, and generally we wouldn't. But if they're on the fence, or they have they're unsure about things, the Title IX coordinator can file on and support them on that behalf. But again, let me stress that regardless whether there's a Title IX complaint or not, we would investigate any allegation against an employee, against adult, or a student thoroughly and as appropriate and as much as we need to.
Okay, and to Ms. Morrison Fair's comment, I am aware of situations in the past where an assistant principal had been accused of something. And then the principal, we might say, could have had a blind spot there. If they hired the assistant principal, they put a lot of confidence in that person. So just to say, as Ms. Morrison Fair did, please look at that particular component, because just as with the way things go, by the time it gets all the way up to this board, we want to support whatever the superintendent's recommendation is, because it's been through these layers and this review. So it is so rare for us to do anything to the contrary. We wouldn't want that second layer to be such a tight relationship between assistant principal and principal that a blind spot might occur there.
And that's a good point. Now, the law and even what we have in administrative rule contemplates that if there is some sort of reason for that a person cannot be impartial, then someone fits into their place. So let's say it's a student on student sexual harassment complaint, but for some reason the principal is friends with the family or something of the respondent student, then the assistant supervisor would come and fill the shoes of that principal as a decision maker. Again, if there's an employee who is involved as the respondent, the accused, HR is going to be right away involved at both the investigative level and the decision maker level. So again, you want to have that blind spot as it pertains to somebody, co-workers working together. Okay.
Okay, so that brings me to the next part of that, which is about the Title IX process going to the employee relations specialist prior to going to the director of HR. That's a new step for if a student accuses, or not just, usually it's not in the form of student accusing, but let's say it is suspected that there is an adult in a school setting who is grooming, exploiting, or abusing a child. If the person goes directly to employee relations, is there an unfair bias, let's say, if the purpose of employee relations is to provide support to employees? Am I correct? Thank you, Nancy, again. So that's, just help me understand how we make sure that if for any reason an adult is suspected of abusing a child, then we send that investigation to a role in the district that is meant to support employees. How is that the best role? And then what new training or experience have we provided or anticipated to human resources? Because that's not my understanding in the past of how those investigations have been handled.
So again, this would only happen if there is a formal Title IX complaint, which I hope will be fairly rare on the employee being the accused aspect. Like you mentioned, most cases with any allegation of employee misconduct will be investigated by the principal and working with HR, assistant superintendent, other folks here at the district level in a different process. And of course, law enforcement might be involved in things of that nature. But on the finite number of situations in which, at least as we have designed it right now, where there's a formal complaint involving the employee, we have right now as the employee representative. Now there's another employee representative that could still provide support, but I will say from my experience, Dr. Crystal Ball O'Connor, that most employees will at that point have an attorney or an advisor who will be assisting them. So, that's something we can consider and reconsider, but my experience in my 11 years here with the school district would be that I would be involved in some aspect in talking with their lawyer or some advisor.
Okay, so this is not preclude in any way or substitute for the investigation that would be involved with or without a formal complaint.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
If I might, Dr. O'Connor, because I'm afraid that in all this, because that's a lot, and there's a lot up there because that's what brings us in compliance with the new Title IX requirements. All right, Mr. Webb? It's a very thorough process. But what we shouldn't lose track of in there is the moment there is any inkling that there is an improper relationship between a student and a employee, not to be a teacher, any employee, our first response is the immediate engagement of law enforcement. Separate and apart, really having nothing to do with Title IX. A person could still file a Title IX complaint and be handled through all that. But the moment there is any belief that's occurred, we're going to immediately inform law enforcement. Without getting into the specifics of any individual case, what then happens almost all the time, law enforcement wants to step in and they want to conduct their investigation, and they do not want us involved until they have done what they need to do. In most cases, with most of the law enforcement agencies we deal with in Greenville County, and the predominant one there is the sheriff's office, they have investigators specifically assigned and trained for crimes against children. They do not want us asking questions of employees or of witnesses until they have done their preliminary investigation. And at some point, they may then say to us, you may feel free now to ask whatever questions you need to ask. But as soon as that becomes an issue that there is any inkling that a criminal act has occurred, and as I think Doug and all of you have made clear this morning, any inappropriate sexual conduct between adult employee and student is illegal, and not only inappropriate, it is illegal, then we're going to engage law enforcement. And that kicks us totally outside the parameters of that, though you may still get a Title IX complaint about it. And so I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that that's the way that's managed. And we are most fortunate that most of the law enforcement agencies in our county have people specifically dedicated and trained to that purpose. And one of the things that the Julie Valentine Center does there is help them with inquiry and questioning of young, particularly young victims or potential victims.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think that the value in discussing all of these different ways that we may respond is that it's my understanding that sometimes law enforcement elects not to go forward with something after they've investigated because it's very difficult to catch people in the act of doing something.
And at that point, we might proceed, Dr. O'Connor. And
then we do our own investigation because we may say that the level of misjudgment is intolerable from a an employee who has violated policy, regardless of whether they could actually be caught.
I'll go so
by
far as
law.
saying is that not that we may, that we do. There are two different standards as far as criminal law, beyond a reasonable doubt, and for what we consider. So you have not only two different burdens of proofs, but two different elements. You're looking at criminal activity versus just wrongdoing, professional judgment, things of that nature. So certainly in our training, not only are our administrators trained extensively about reporting things to law enforcement and that requirement, but also to cooperate with law enforcement, not to interfere. But then subsequently, even if law enforcement decides not to take an action, we have our own affirmative obligation to conduct a review into the matter and address it appropriately.
Thank you. And finally, do you, Dr. Royster, and including Mr. Webb or Dr. Turner, anybody involved in this, do we have a vision yet for how we might include this into reporting to the board on some periodic basis like we do with other kinds of discipline or misconduct issues, but so that we can understand when we are making traction with our policies and our responses. And sometimes a number going up can be a good thing, as we saw with the number of students who started reporting when they received more training. It's because awareness goes up, sometimes numbers go up. So, but for our ability to see where we are as a district, I think it would be very helpful for there to be some kind of periodic reporting that allows us to understand what is taking place. We do hear it individually, but never as a kind of a collective response. What's happening when we send our the employees that we have let go to the State Department. How many of those are actually losing their teaching licenses, or how many are being terminated or are resigning? What happens afterward in terms of their working, continuing to work in a district or with students, or so just a little bit more of a reporting that allows us to lead with data on how we're moving as a district. And you may not have an answer or want to answer it right now, but maybe next month. If you don't have an answer at this point, that's just one of the things that I would like to see, is an ability for the board to track data in a meaningful way.
I think that's certainly something we could do. To your point, I think we've done that basically individually, cases in the past. And depending on how rapidly the state might finalize their action, we may or may not have sent. We get a summary from the state, I think, every time they take an action, not just for ours, but on any certified employee. But that's certainly something we could look at, to do something on maybe an annual basis or quarterly basis, or something besides just singularly tracking an individual.
That'd be very, very greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. So one is this update is around revisions to Title IX, and we've talked primarily about student and staff. Does Title IX also pertain to staff and staff, or is that covered in a different provision?
Generally, that would be more under Title VII. It can fall under Title IX. There are employment aspects under Title IX, but largely those aspects are covered under Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, employment discrimination.
The second question I just have is about the board's responsibility with Title IX. So we have board policies, which I think I understood from you. You intend to bring some proposed revisions to those policies at a future meeting. Is that?
It's kind of, I'm monitoring the landscape. Title IX could change to some degree depending on the election in November. And so, I'm kind of monitoring the landscape and could very well bring policy changes. Yes.
Okay, but as the policy stands now, and as it is being interpreted currently in Washington, there is no need for us to revise any policies at this time.
We are fully compliant with law. I would say with policy GBV and others that we are honestly compared to many school districts nationally, definitely in South Carolina, we are forward thinking and have more policies and more language about expectations, requirements, and reporting and everything than other school districts.
And I appreciate your diligence with that. The last question I just have is this flow chart, which is a lot easier to read on my computer screen than it is on the projector. But my wife told me I might need to think about glasses one day, so it could be that motivating factor. It ends, all of these kind of flows down to ending with the individual's ability to appeal the decision to the deputy superintendent. But I assume that from there is also the ability for the individual to appeal that decision to the superintendent, and then from there to the board. Is that correct, or does it all end with the deputy superintendent?
It would end, and Title IX is largely designed to end at that high administrative level. For as I use the word judicial economy a lot, but board economy, that's something to consider. And the key there is to have an impartial, thorough, layered review. And I think this does that here. And I would be worried about the number that with employee grievances and everything else that could possibly get to you as well, with 77,000 students, 10,000 employees.
But as this is written here, a parent has a concern, they bring it to the assistant principal at the school. The assistant principal, the parent chooses to move the concern forward, maybe against the advice of the assistant principal. Eventually it's gonna get to the deputy superintendent, and that is their last.
That would be the end of the Title IX process. Now, there's nothing that would prevent them from contacting you as individual board members, coming to speak, whatever the case might be about concerns, and communicating outside the Title IX process. Absolutely.
Do they have, I'm assuming they still have legal recourse outside this process. So this is asking the district to do something, but they could also pursue legal action.
File a lawsuit. Yes.
They could also assume this, because this is also separate from any law enforcement action.
Yes. It's separate, though there's interaction, obviously. And they could also potentially file Office of Civil Rights complaint, depending on the situation as well.
So regardless of whether the district chooses to move that complaint forward, there still are other avenues that they could pursue to get this resolved. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Senator.
Dr. Oyster, could you get me a job description for Title IX coordinator?
Yes, sir.
And maybe training? We do have Title I coordinator, right?
Yes, sir, but that's really a very different thing.
No.
Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, do we have a Title VII coordinator?
We have somebody that has the responsibility for Title VII coordination, just like we do for any of the federal programs that require a contact person, which would be IDEA, 504 compliance, ADA. Every federal program that requires compliance, there is a person assigned as the primary point of contact for that compliance purpose.
Are they labeled Title whatever coordinator?
Yes, sir, but that we don't have anyone that outside of Title I. There is obviously a coordinator of Title I, Randall and Harmon. All these other title coordinators, it would be part of their primary job. In other words, it would not be their primary job. It would be a part of their job.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At this point, I will turn it over to the chair to determine what steps we take next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shamley. At this time, we will take a 5-minute break. Now, just listen, so that you can go in the hallway and get, or right outside the door, and get your box lunch. And Ms. Galloway, we also have a lunch for you. And then we will ask that in 5 minutes, everybody be back in your seats so we can continue, and you may eat at your desk, okay? So thank you, and then I'll turn it back over to Mr. Shamley. Thank you.
Wanted to make that comment that I decided that.
Where'd she say our lunch was done? No, Nancy said something about hours. Oh, okay.
This stuff.
Do I have to sit out there and eat? In that little trickle? Do I get to? You know,
Hey, how you doing? I'm good.
It's discussion, yeah.
This is why we can't be armed.
Well,
What now?
tighten it down on
you ready to go live? Okay. At this time, I'll turn the meeting back over to Mr. Shamley to chair section 2.03. Thank you.
Madam Chair, section 2.03 deals with protecting students from sexual misconduct, abuse, and training for employees. I expect there's a little more material in this one than we had in the last one, but we're going to go ahead and start, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Royster to do it from there.
Well said, Bruce. Almost ready, Mr. Chairman. This section, I think Dr. Turner already more or less introduced that. Dr. Turner, you have any more comments you want to make before we turn this over to Ms. Cap and Karen, if you want to go ahead.
You've already got it.
Sanitize it yourself.
Should I say the motion now or at the end?
So if you'll allow me, I would prefer to stand to speak to you. And I will need to know if my audio is not adequate working from this position.
Okay. So thank you for giving me a chance to share with you about the training that is conducted in Greenville County Schools to ensure that all employees fully understand their responsibility to protect students from sexual misconduct and abuse. Today, I'm going to outline the training we provide to employees to identify, report, and address sexual harassment or misconduct, and on the boundaries and practices that prevent the opportunity for abuse to occur. Our training and communications align with legal requirements, board policy, and best practice, and ensure that Greenville County School students are afforded adequate protection in a climate that is safe, aware, and responsive to student needs. Our number one job, when this decides to work. Did it do it to you too?
At first, initially.
All right, let's see. There you go. So from the very start of an educator's journey, the concept of in loco parentis is clear. We are first to guide, protect, and provide for students, those children that we are privileged to serve. Even as teachers and principals press forward in this pandemic to provide the most excellent education possible, our first priority is safety. We are all educators, and I would say these board members, we are all first, the parents away from home, those wise and caring parents away from home. Educators have a long-standing pattern of awareness and responsibility to prevent and report abuse. Our annual training is provided through Safe Schools video programming. Additionally, our professional development records show us that since 2005, nearly 3,500 teachers, administrators, district leaders, and support personnel have had face-to-face instruction focused on the prevention, recognition, intervention, and reporting of child abuse and child sexual abuse. Our system of training includes expectations at entry to employment. No one goes into a classroom, into any office, into any location in our school district without going to our HR orientation. And the expectations for preventing child abuse and misconduct are taken care of from the very start in that face-to-face training. Our annual Safe Schools training furthers that understanding and is repeated every single year. We have annual face-to-face reinforcement by supervisors and principals, an employee handbook that outlines pertinent policy and procedure, and advanced training for decision makers, those persons who investigate, intervene, and support all of our students. In repeated, timely, and required training, we make certain that employees know the facts about and understand child sexual abuse, that we minimize opportunity for it to occur, ensure safe environments, communicate wisely, recognize the signs, and respond responsibly. First, I'm going to share with you the expectations that are outlined to all of our employees through an understanding of related board policies, mandatory reporting training, and the training on sexual misconduct and the boundaries that will prevent sexual misconduct. These things are in for all employees in orientation before they begin work, the employee handbook that requires their full knowledge and their signature, and safety trainings and assessment in video form through our Safe Schools training portal. In face-to-face instruction, all employees new to the district go through orientation, where they learn about the legal definition of abuse, their responsibility to report such abuse, how to respond to a child who reports to them or that they notice or suspect abuse, how they are to report that abuse or neglect, when and how to report to DSS and to law enforcement, professional staff and student boundaries, and sexual misconduct. All of these they learn before they walk into the building to begin their duties. Directly from the orientation slides, I want to note for you that those HR trainers make them very clear of our own policy GBV that is about that maintaining those professional boundaries. And they go through all of these details, making very certain that employees are trained from the start on what to do, what not to do, and how to conduct themselves. And of course, that they are responsible to report anything that they see that is otherwise. Our employees all receive a handbook. They are responsible to review it, to understand its contents, and to follow the policies of the school district. And they sign a statement to that effect. Upon receipt, it is reviewed by supervisors and principals in part, and key policies are annually reviewed with the staff. In that handbook is a very clear notice of expectation about our policies and administrative rules, such that our employees are to know the policy and the rule. It shares with them where to find such policies and rules, how to get clarification if they have any concerns or misunderstanding about those rules. That handbook also makes clear to them their responsibility for complying with law and shares with them what happens if they do not comply with law. A number of board policies are highlighted throughout the employee handbook. Most pertinent to today, this section of the handbook gives a brief summary and then references each policy, the requirement to report, where to report, to tell your supervisor when you have a concern and as you make that report, and to immediately report any criminal offense or suspected criminal offense. Again, in the handbook, they review the policy on defining and maintaining student boundaries, staff and student boundaries. They understand that expectation quite clearly. They understand that they are required to report anything suspected, any suspected or observed misconduct or mistreatment, including harassment to their supervisor. So they go through orientation before they ever go to work. Annually, they have an employee handbook. They sign receipt for that handbook, and they understand their obligation to be familiar with its policies and to comply with its directives. Every year as well, during the first 30 days of the school year, all employees sign into the Safe Schools portal or to that training program, and they complete pertinent safety videos and assessments. All employees are held accountable to complete these assessments, and that accountability is monitored by the safety administrator at every location. Included in that safety training are video trainings and assessments on mandated reporter, sexual harassment staff to staff, all teachers, aides, subs, principals, administrators, coaches, and other classified personnel who interact with students also complete sexual misconduct staff to student. And building services personnel who are often in the hallways and also have an opportunity to observe student issues, they also complete sexual harassment, student issues, and response. One of our safety trainings, Mandated Reporter, was collaboratively developed by our community partners, by Greenville Health System, now Prisma Health, DSS, City Police, Greenville County Sheriff's Department, folks from our departments here. Julie Valentine Center was very much a part of this collaboration, and I failed to note that there. And so that is something that every single employee takes. Every single employee is a mandated reporter. So the key learnings in that mandated reporter training are the definition of abuse and the signs of abuse or neglect, their responsibility for reporting, responding to the child as they report, the process to report, what happens after someone makes a report, and the penalties for failing to report, as well as immunity for good faith reporting. A second training and video entitled Sexual Misconduct Staff to Student, required for all who work, who interact with students. This one is authored by Robert Shoup. Dr. Shoup is an educational law expert. He is a nationally recognized forensic expert with a focus on sexual harassment, abuse prevention, and risk management. Special note, at the request of Dr. Ball O'Connor, we have purchased a copy of Dr. Shoup's text, Sexual Exploitation in Schools, How to Spot It and How to Stop It. So each of you will be able to pick up your copy of that text before you leave today. And we thank you for that awareness to us. So he is actually the author of one of the more widely viewed. In fact, everybody that ever interacts with a kid is going to go through this training. It is comprehensive. It is to the point. It is aligned with our board policy and with law, with everything that Doug has spoken with you about today. And it uses 3 school-based scenarios to explain what our staff are supposed to be able to do. It reinforces their obligations and their understanding so that they can provide an appropriate level of care for our kids. There, of course, is the definition of misconduct, our legal obligations to protect, the signs of sexual misconduct by staff members, how to create the boundaries that protect students and staff members. The early warning signs, the predictable patterns of abuse are very clearly talked through here. And of course, the mandatory reporting obligations. Throughout this video, remember, out of those 3 school-based scenarios, he also outlines multiple recommendations for interactions in school, after school, out of school, on social media, and in private communications. So everything I have shared with you up until now is required of virtually every staff member in our school district. As the leadership and management obligations are elevated, as you know, we talked through Title IX and some of the intricacies of those investigations and response, key decision makers and interventionists engage in advanced training. I'm going to talk with you a little bit about our child protection training, the athletic director required certification, which includes Title IX and sexual harassment, our programming with Dr. Victor Veith, and the annual updates and legal training provided primarily by Doug Webb, right here at the end of the table. So I'll go through all of those and you can see who is involved in each of those as a requirement. Our child protection training, collaboratively developed with our Office of Student Services, our social work department, the Julie Valentine Center, and also has a tremendous level of consult with Dr. Victor Veith, is mandatory for all principals, assistants, school counselors, and social workers. That training is in two parts. It raises awareness of the prevalence and consequences of child sexual abuse and educates adults about the steps they can take to prevent, to recognize, and to react responsibly to sexual abuse. In February of 2014, we began an initiative such that all of those parties would be engaged in this training. And across a 4-year period, we had trained everybody at those job categories. And now every fall, we pick up everybody new to those roles such that we do not have anybody in those roles who has not been trained. Shauna, working with our school social work department, has just finished 2 more sessions of child protection training, and they are always quite successful, and we were very appreciative of her work and her support of our group. This is one-time training, okay, for these job categories, and you'll see that there are others that we return to repeatedly. So in Shauna's presentation, and I don't know if Dr. Royster talked too much more about Shauna's involvement nationally, but Shauna is indeed a nationally recognized expert in the area of child protection, sexual violence, and abuse. The Julie Valentine Center, as I think most of you know, provides services to victims of sexual assault and is one of 14 rape crisis centers in the state of South Carolina. Julie Valentine Center also educates the community on how to identify, respond to, and prevent sexual violence and abuse. And Julie Valentine, as we referenced earlier, sponsors numerous programs, including services to students in Greenville County schools. And as promised earlier, you will hear much more about that in your November session. Julie Valentine Center's mission is to stop sexual violence and child abuse and the impact of these crimes through prevention, investigation, collaboration, treatment, and advocacy. Our professional development records show us that we have been working with the Julie Valentine Center, even in its earlier name, since at least 2005. And we are very grateful for the partnership that we have with the center, and particularly for Shauna and her staff. So part 1 of child protection training was September 29 and 30 of this year, is recognizing and responding to child sexual abuse in the education setting. This is presented by Shauna Galloway Williams. So she puts all of her training in this community's context. So folks learn a lot about what's happening in Greenville County and in the upstate in regards to child sexual abuse. Lots of learning there about why children may or may not tell someone about the abuse, what we need to know about offenders, how an employee might respond to a disclosure, how to manage that mandated reporting carefully and fully, and what the effects are of adverse childhood experiences. Some of you have heard us talk about ACEs. So she also includes information there because we know that the fact there may have been some abuse is often, or is sometimes one of the characteristics or one of the ACEs indicators. In part 2 of our child protection training, we use a nationally certified, a national program called Darkness to Light's Stewards of Children. You will hear everybody call it Darkness to Light. It's just stuck, and that's what people say. But it is part of an entire menu of training that the Darkness to Light organization offers. That Stewards of Children is a 2-hour sexual abuse prevention program. Again, educating adults to prevent, recognize, and react responsibly to child sexual abuse. This program is designed to raise awareness of the prevalence and of the consequences of child sexual abuse. It uses video of survivors. I believe there are 7 or 8 survivor stories in the training itself, as well as stories from expert witnesses, law enforcement personnel, counselor type personnel who really tell their stories. And it is a good interactive 2 hours on all types of sexual abuse in multiple contexts. So this program is a video supported program, but it is facilitated by our Greenville County School social workers. These social workers, we have 11 of them who are certified to deliver this training. This program also supports personnel to prevent inappropriate relationships, talks about those boundaries once again. It outlines the circumstances that make it possible in a school setting or in any setting for sexual abuse to occur. Also gives you a real good glimpse into the minds of a survivor, how they process that abuse, and how things work out with them over time. They talk about why they didn't tell. They talk about when they told. One of them talks about when they knew their mama knew and made no move about it. And in essence, again, in that non-disclosure, and they make sure that adults understand appropriate response to sexual abuse. The training teaches 5 proactive steps. Learn the facts, minimize the opportunity, talk about it, don't sit on it, recognize the signs, and react responsibly. All of our athletic directors are required to become certified as national certified athletic administrators. This program, offered through NIAAA, includes training on Title IX and includes preventing sexual harassment in schools and athletic programs. There are 10 recommendations to prevent sexual misconduct. I'm not sure who has to punch that link, but I don't think I can. Okay, but we can open it up if somebody will do that. So the 10 recommendations to prevent sexual misconduct, those are linked there in the presentation. And so it's part of their training, and all athletic directors are required to share these recommendations with every coach in their program, and to provide a copy of those recommendations with every coach. Is it something that'll open, or should we? There you go. So you will note that these recommendations are outlined to prevent sexual harassment in schools and athletic programs. They are applicable to the classroom, applicable to any school hallway, applicable to any extracurricular programming. So all of the athletic directors go through training, and they are to talk through these things face to face with their coaches and provide a copy to them each year. If you want to close that down, great. In the next piece, thanks. So that NIAAA program includes, as I said, the sexual harassment training, both what it looks like in schools and athletic programs, the legal cases that are referenced there, broken apart, discussed with them with examples of how things developed and examples of what happened throughout those processes. Of course, the 10 recommendations are there, and also advises these athletic directors on how to develop appropriate policy and practice in their programming. So our school counselors continue their training in monthly meetings. They come together as a learning community and talk about what's going on in their field. And we have community agencies that speak with them, visit and make sure that they are totally aware of community trends and best practices. They stay up to date through these monthly meetings on agency provisions for child and family services, and up to date on how to make referrals or help parents access these services. In addition, we have a number of our school counselors who are actually licensed professional counselors, and both they and social workers complete annual continuing education units, and those topics often center on child protection as well. Here are a few examples of some of the sessions that have been provided to school counselors by our community partners. Certainly Julie Valentine is there, human trafficking through Switch, which is a local organization. Rick Floyd, as I think many of you know, presents to those school counselors, and Safe Harbor has been there to present as well. All of these presentations, as you see, these school counselors can take back to their schools, and many of our schools have chosen to do these very same trainings with their faculties. So this rolls back into the schools, and of course it's voluntary to the school, but the monthly meetings and these trainings are required of our school counselors. So Dr. Victor Veith, as I shared with you, Shauna works alongside him a great deal in national presentations and support of schools and communities and faith-based organizations as well. He is the Director of Education and Research for the Zero Abuse Project. He's a nationally recognized expert in interpersonal violence and has trained thousands of professionals from across the United States and several other countries, 17 countries, on numerous topics related to child abuse investigation, prosecution, and prevention. He's the author of Unto the Third Generation, and he is outlining the steps there and talks about it everywhere to eliminate child abuse. He has implemented 22 state forensic interview training programs and dozens of undergraduate and graduate programs on child maltreatment. Our first work with Dr. Veith was in 2014 when he trained 147 principals and district leadership personnel in a 3-hour face-to-face, actually at MT Anderson. That very same day, by the way, those same persons, and I was there, took the Darkness to Light Stewards of Children training. So that was his appearance with us, that Darkness to Light, and his presentation, though that was the foundational or the opening session to that 4-year child protection initiative that we began in Greenville County in 2014. He returned to us in February of 2020, where he trained 393 administrators, district leadership, and principals, assistant principals, interventionists, social workers, counselors. We had everybody in that room we could get in that room. It was the day of the flood. We wish that we had overbooked and let whoever would come through the flood come. But it was a very, very powerful program. And the nice thing is we have him back. This year, he will be here on either January 14 or 15. We're working on nailing that date right now. And we're very glad that he could be with us. And with us means virtually. We will have 3 sessions once again. Those are 2-hour sessions. And that will allow us to capture everybody that couldn't be there last year, such that every school administrator, every counselor, every social worker, every interventionist, all of the folks who are in a position to make decisions about, who are called upon to investigate, and who set parameters for, create procedures for, ensure that our schools are safe and that our activities are safe for kids. Everyone in this school district will have the opportunity and frankly will be required to complete that training with Dr. Veith. So we're very proud that he will be back with us. So in his presentation, and I just, as a personal remark, I don't think that I have ever learned in both occasions, my 3-hour training with him, and in the 2 hours, 3 times that I spent with him last year, I don't think I've ever heard as much in depth in a 2-hour time frame to broaden my understanding about criminal sexual misconduct as I did from Victor Veith. He is intense. He is knowledgeable. He is crystal clear. And if you've heard him, there is no confusion anywhere about what constitutes sexual misconduct. There simply is none. And I would say that's true really about all of our training programs. So based in case scenarios as well, all of his discussion comes out of case scenarios. Of course, the prevalence of abuse, the impact of the abuse, how do you recognize it? He gets into some deep stuff. So why sexual offenders fool us? He goes through this Sandusky case in detail, helping us to understand why we might not recognize something in someone and helping us see the pattern that indeed is a typical pattern. Child protection practices for schools, boundaries for schools, and what educators can do to build resiliency in children who are experiencing or who may have experienced sexual abuse. So you'll see the required participants there, and we are very excited to have him return in January. So beginning this school year, we are going to be able to provide as a requirement a new training that we have discovered that is set in an extracurricular context. Protecting Students from Abuse is a collaborative project from the U.S. Center for Safe Sport and the National Federation of High Schools. It's an online course for athletic coaches and will be as well for leaders and directors of performance-based programs. Those extracurricular programs that require time off campus, competitions, any kind of program like that. So working with Bradley Wingate and working with Daryl Nance, our athletics person and our performing arts, visual and performing arts director, we are going to be adding that requirement to all of those personnel. This one is specifically designed for athletics and activity programs. And again, types of abusive behaviors and misconduct, signs and symptoms, ways you can report, and lots of very clear, explicit do's and don'ts in the context of that extracurricular environment. So, school staff, whether it be teachers, counselors, aides, who's ever in a school, has the opportunity to take the Darkness to Light Stewards of Children training when it is offered for their school faculty. To this point, our Office of Social Work has delivered this training in 33 of our schools. And of course, Everyone really appreciates this training, and it's sort of a word of mouth. I want that for my faculty. I want that from my faculty. So their certification is very helpful to us, and they are available to any faculty upon the request of that principal. And Summer Academy offers multiple sessions of the Stewards of Children training every year as well. And so at that juncture, you have people from multiple different schools who are able to participate. So this is an extended training opportunity to meet the needs of all of our school staffs. Again, Stewards of Children training is about a 2-hour and 15-minute training in and of itself. So our community partners, many of them, there are lots of things that we do in our county that we cannot do as well as we do without our community partners. So our approved level 2 volunteers receive orientation on key policies to ensure that they understand about mandatory reporting, that they understand about boundaries, that they understand about making certain that when they are with our children, that they are adhering to the very policies we ask of our school personnel. Mentor Upstate trains all mentors in these very same laws and procedures. Athletic trainers through Prisma Health receive full training. Greenville Mental Health ensures that their folks have training, and community schools do as well. Now, there are a number of other organizations I can imagine that do. One comes to mind, Girls on the Run is an example of a program where those folks that work with us are volunteer too, approved, but they also never work with those girls outside the presence of a school staff member. So really, all adults who come in contact with our children are very much aware of their responsibility, of their boundaries, and how to really be really the guides of safe environments for our children. So as I close, Greenville County Schools has a comprehensive system of training to protect students from sexual misconduct and abuse, and the clear directives that are provided to us through law and in policy and our rules, our procedures, give us a strong foundation to prevent, identify, and respond to sexual misconduct or child sexual abuse. Our cyclical approach, our tiered approach, provides relevant and practical training to the folks who need it at the level that they need it. The training ensures that employees know their responsibilities under the law and board policy. They understand how to prevent, identify, respond, and report all forms of abuse, and are prepared to hold themselves and their colleagues to the professional boundaries that prevent sexual misconduct. I would say to you that there is no reason that there is anyone in Greenville County Schools who should be confused about what we expect, what the law expects, what we need from one another. And if you go back just a moment to that whole concept of in loco parentis, educators are very much aware of what's going on around them and are stand in a position to really be able to see what's happening and to be able to support children. I'm open to any questions you have.
Karen, excuse me, but before you go to questions, Shauna's been very, very good to be with us today. And while I certainly wouldn't try to compel her to do so, she might want to offer up some assessment overall of the relationship that we have with Julie Valentine Center, the kind of training that we have. Because quite honestly, were it not for her leadership, her knowledge, and her contacts, we would not be where we are with training today. And many of those things, while we could have put training in place, it would not rise to the level that it does without her guidance, her involvement in the connections that she has. So, Shauna, if you want to speak to some of this, and then I know you might also be willing to answer some of the questions that you and Karen may want to split those up or answer them as you wish.
Sure. Can you all hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, thank you all for the opportunity to be here. I really appreciate it. And I'm so grateful for the partnership that we have with the school district. In fact, we've been partnering with the district since 1991. That was the first time we signed our official MOA, and that started out with us providing the programming to students, which again, we can talk a little bit more about the next time. But yes, we began this partnership in training professionals in 2014. And basically the question that was asked of me is there a checklist or a way that we can prevent those who want to molest or abuse children from doing that in the school district? That was the question I think that Brooke asked me. And I said, well, I wish that there were a checklist to do that. Unfortunately, there's not one, but we sure can put together a program where we can make sure that everyone has the information that they need and that children can be protected. And as I think you've seen from the presentation today, the Greenville County School District has an incredibly comprehensive approach to educating anyone who works in the district around their responsibilities to protect children, but beyond just that responsibility, helping them to understand what the dynamics are associated with child sexual abuse in particular, but the other types of abuse that are associated with that. And the fact that they have continued, or you all have continued the partnership with Victor Veith just speaks volumes, because Victor really is, there's not enough room on a slide to really speak to the work that he's done. In my opinion, he's done more work for child protection and to protect children in the United States than anyone in our lifetime. So the fact that he is continuing, you all are continuing to partner with him, really speaks volumes to your commitment to protect children. So, from the big picture perspective, there's a lot of work that's being done on the side of protecting and educating those who are charged with the responsibility of keeping kids safe, but also internally with protecting, teaching and preventing abuse by teaching children as well. And again, I think it's important to address that next time that you're doing it on both sides of it. So again, we just really appreciate the partnership and the opportunity to be a part of this. From my experience across the state with other providers, Greenville County really is, I think as Doug mentioned, ahead of the curve when it comes to addressing these issues. I've worked in numerous collaborations and partnerships with my colleagues across the state where we don't have this level of education and prevention that's going on across the school district. And of course, in the largest school district in the state, right? There are a lot of kids that are under watch here that need this protection. So obviously there are always areas that we can improve and certainly ways that we can continue to expand and work on this. And I've seen that happen just during the time period that we've been working together to expand this program. So I'm here to answer any questions as well that you guys might have that maybe weren't covered by the presentation. So thank you.
Dr. O'Connor.
Solid, push it.
Okay. I want to say my heart is just full right now of gratitude for all of you who have been engaged in this work with such fierce determination now for several years. And it's a little overwhelming to figure out how to say what I feel, but just want to say thank you. I recognize it. I recognize those who have been harmed along the way for their outreach and sharing and requests for our help, and for this district's response to that with such care and determination that each and every child deserves our protection from that harm. And especially to Dr. Royster for back in that 2014 period, deciding to bring Victor Veith in and all of the outgrowth from that time. It really means so much. And to my board colleagues for their work in policy on this matter, for Doug Webb and his legal work and the collaboration with the board and policy to advance what we're able to do, and our staff and Karen's passion getting up here with this presentation, and Shauna showing me around the Julie Valentine Center and what they do, and realizing some of the vulnerabilities in our students that I had never seen until coming to your place. And thank you for what you are doing for our students outside the district as well. We had the privilege of teaming together in a DLI project, and I've had a chance to see the Darkness to Light training with our social workers and their beautiful spirits toward this issue. And I just hope that we can share what we do with other districts, but also continue to grow as a district every day and every year in this matter. The colleagues who helped me last time, all board members have been a part of this, but Ms. Bush and Ms. Morrison Fair last time helped with leading the board's effort, and we would like to add a motion this time that I would like to get on the table now if I could. And suddenly my computer is not. Give me about 1 second since my screen went dark on me.
There you go.
Yes, thank you. Our training and communications on how to identify, report, and address sexual harassment or misconduct, and our instruction to employees on the boundaries and practices that prevent the opportunity for abuse to occur align with legal requirements, board policy, and best practice, and ensure that all students are afforded adequate protection in a climate safe, aware, and responsive. The board has a critical role to play in policy development evaluation designed to protect children by preventing, addressing misconduct in any adult in a school setting. By policy, we're expanding training for students and staff to understand how to protect against the violation of appropriate boundaries. In order for this board to continue to urgently and effectively guard against grooming, exploitation, and abuse in our schools, it is important that board members receive this training as well. So as recommended by Ms. Bush, Ms. Morrison Fair, also, I move that as soon as is practical to do so, the superintendent provide the board the direct expert training opportunity that principals and other district administrators receive pertaining to child sexual abuse prevention, and that the district examine opportunities to offer more direct interactive training, either in person or virtually, to teachers and other necessary staff members, rather than pre-recorded video training alone.
Second that motion. I'll second the motion.
And before anyone adds to that, I would just say that I appreciate, I've spoken with Dr. Royster about this, Dr. Turner, Mr. Webb, many months ago, and Dr. Royster was in all of them in full support of this motion and eager to provide an opportunity for us to have such an incredible opportunity as to learn from Victor V, as you have been able to do. And you've all talked about how powerful and meaningful it is. So our motion is to ask for that, but I wanted to let the board know that the superintendent and staff have been eager to support our bringing this forward and to consider providing as much of that kind of expert in-person training that we've talked about. Ms. Bush and I, in working with the CSHAC, especially on the identifying sexual education advisory committee members, including Ms. Galloway. Thank you for that service too. We heard a number of people give feedback that while the training is excellent, well, say the training is quite good in the videos, that they feel that whenever there's an in-person opportunity, there is a learning that takes place by the discussion that you cannot substitute in watching a video. May I ask Ms. Galloway, since she's here and I'm able to ask her, would you talk a little bit about how, if you see that as well as an important aspect of how people grow when they are able to learn from each other in a training?
Certainly. Is this on again? Yes. So ideally, the ideal scenario is an in-person training. When we are in person, we can ask questions, we can do role plays, we can interact. The next best thing to that would be some type of virtual training, which is what we're offering a lot of now, and that's how we'll be offering the training with Victor Beath coming in January. And then, beyond that would be something that's pre-recorded. Certainly, we recommend as much in-person training as possible. I think what you are referencing is the desire or request of teachers more, that are actually in the classroom every day. I do hear from them that they would appreciate more in-person training opportunities, although I know that it's difficult to add that to their, the burden of their scheduling and, when they have in-services. I know there are a lot of obstacles to overcome. However, I do think that it would be a good recommendation to add that as much as we're able to as part of the training for teachers in the classroom to at least get that if they're not getting it when they first join as faculty, as some kind of ongoing opportunity for them to do that. Now might be a great time to do that with the virtual options. I would see that may be one of the advantages to the time that we're in right now is maybe offering more of those opportunities. But I think even if they weren't able to participate in a live training with Victor, we could potentially see if there's some recorded options of that as well.
Thank you. I think since we are discussing a motion and we're not quite into or outside of this presentation, I would like to ask the chair if she would mind taking over to handle the rest of this motion.
I'd be glad to. I'll be glad to, Mr. Shanley. Yes, sir. So we have a motion on the floor and we have a second. Were you finished, Ms. Galloway Williams?
Yes.
My apologies.
No, I was
With that being said, Dr. Cristobal O'Connor still has the floor. Have you finished, Dr. Cristobal O'Connor?
Yes, I have, other than the last statement is I really just, again, thank you for supporting this motion and this idea. And I hope that all of the board colleagues will enjoy and appreciate getting to hear what I understand to be the best of the best in terms of getting Victor Beath brought to us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from anyone? I'd like to thank, Mr. Meek. I was going to thank the committee, but I will thank you. What do you have?
Just a question. I think we all need to know a whole lot about this, but I'm not sure I need to know as much as principals and staff needs to know because I'm not in daily contact with the students out there, and I'm not sure that I would get as much out of it and be able to use as much. I'd like to know what's going on, but at the same time, I'm not sure that not putting it into use, that it's going to be that valuable for me as where I represent the board instead of out there in the schools. And so I don't know if Dr. Royster has any ideas on what, since she's already discussed it with you, what you would be bringing back to the board to look at.
I think what we'd want to do is ask Victor to tailor his presentation to the audience. To your point, there'd probably be things that you might be interested to know that he does share with those that are providing direct service and support to students. But I think we'd ask him to more center his presentation to you all on the kind of an overview, the landscape, a lot of the things that you hear when you listen to his presentation, quite honestly, will dispel some of the beliefs that people have about the circumstances surrounding this issue. I think that's fair to say. It's also fair to say that I think the first year we did that, I think I sat through it maybe we did like 3 sessions on it. So I sat through it like 3 times, and I heard something, I didn't hear something different 3 times. I got something different from each of the 3 times. So I think he gives you a good context. We might also ask him to speak directly to policy, though he looked at our policies in 14, 15, somewhere along in there, if I remember correctly. So he's actually looked at our policies that we have in place now. I think maybe all of the ones have been revised in that period of time. But that part more geared toward a little higher level view than you would need if you were a social worker, a counselor, or athletic director, or an assistant principal. That would be what I would envision.
Thank you.
And I could just add to that if that's okay. Yeah, I mean, his information is really for the general public as well. You know, even if you're not charged with the responsibility of educating students, certainly there are children in your life that you care about, whether those be your own children, your grandchildren, your neighbors, and the information that he shares. It even he even speaks about work with the faith community. So if you belong to a congregation, how this might impact you're just being a member of the community. So I think there's relevance to all of that. And I do think that he can cater it to, he's always willing to cater it to the audience, but there's a really bigger picture.
Does he do videos?
He is more open to that now in the current setting, but we don't traditionally video his presentation. So for instance, we just did our Faith Leaders Conference and we were unable to record those sessions, but there are some sessions that he does have that are pre-recorded, some that are recorded on their website. That would be a separate conversation to have with his organization.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Lewis.
I just want to say thank you to Dr. Balaconnor. I know that you have worked really hard to bring this issue continually in front of the board, and I really appreciate you doing that. And before we vote on this, I think it is really encouraging to hear that the board could be provided with some opportunities to reflect on trainings that are being provided at the school level to maybe help us put into context some of the content that's already being given to administrators, but also maybe to help us think differently about some of our policy actions and what we could do to support that. Because I just think this is really important. I do have one question about the recommendation, which I didn't read, and so I just want to make sure I hear it correctly. It talks about the desire to see face-to-face instruction, and I heard that it said whenever possible. Is that you just?
It said as soon as you are able to do that you would try to grow opportunities for direct interactive training, either in person or virtually, in addition to just the watching the video alone piece.
Okay.
So it's just to enrich that as he is able.
Okay. But just to clarify, because I know that currently staff are being encouraged not to participate in face-to-face instruction.
I took that motion, Mr. Lewis, as requesting that we expand that when it's practical to do, when and as it is practical to do so, because I think, although I wouldn't want to speak for Dr. O'Connor, that she realizes the challenges of 10,000 employees spread over 800 square miles, that sometimes we have to do some things that if we were smaller in a smaller setting that we would do in person. Virtual is better than video, but sometimes we've had to resort to that. But we have, as you can see, over the history of doing these trainings, we have expanded the number and the participants for in-person training. although the one that we require of everybody is a video training, for one thing, to ensure we don't possibly miss anybody, which is another, doesn't matter when they're added to the payroll, it's possible to do that training with them. But I don't see anything there that would be overly burdensome from a financial standpoint, from a logistical standpoint, nor contrary to kind of our current working environment. If that helps.
And then just to qualify, I know we mentioned Victor, so we're specifically talking about him providing training for this board. Is that part of this proposal?
Yes. The only reason I didn't put him by name in the motion is because just hypothetically something happens and he's not available, it wouldn't mean that could only be provided that way. But our thinking, since we started talking about it, as Dr. Turner said back in February, is that whenever he came back to do training in the district, that there would also be something that could be designed for us. So I just didn't put him by name in there because Mr. Webb thought we should leave it without the name.
No, I was glad to hear it because Shauna, I'm really glad that you're here, and I am so thankful for what the Julie Valentine Center does. And you have brought so much into my life personally through First Steps, but one of the real privileges of our relationship has been the programming that you guys bring in February every year. And I just think that Victor is just one of the things I still reflect on, the content and passion that he brought when he came. And so I just think that's a really exciting opportunity that if board members here have missed out on, that I'd be really excited to know that they got to be a part of. So thank you.
Dr. Royster, I would just like to make one special request that I be allowed to attend that training.
You'd be allowed what?
The Morris Affair said no. That's what she said.
Okay, Ms. Wells, a little bit of order here.
Certainly, Dr. O'Connor.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. So I'm going to try to get personal too for a lot of reasons. So I think this has been, I remember, I guess it must have been pre-2014, a point where 4 board members sat in a car and talked about something that had happened in the district and all feeling like we have got to do better as a board. And at that time, I mean, the story, it was something that happened. It was heartbreaking, and I'm sure it's something that had happened other times, but for some reason, the gravity of that, sitting in the car, hearing what was going on was just, you kind of feel like this is why it's important to have strong board members. This is the time when a board member elected to represent a constituency, but moreover to deliver education to students in a safe environment to help them grow in their well-being in addition to their education. And Dr. Ball O'Connor has really over the years taken she's been the ox pulling the cart on this to really ensure that we could, as a board, implement the right policies, ask the right questions, push in the right ways, be educated ourselves so that we could, as a board, could provide better leadership, direction, accountability in this really important work. And when that first training was conducted, I remember I talked to a couple of principals who there was a profound impact on them immediately. One in particular had an instance where he had a staff member he had to deal with and said, I wish I had had this training prior because I would have understood better what was happening and been able to help my faculty member in seeing, where the danger was in what they were doing, and prevented a lot of heartache for the faculty member and for the student. And so I think all of these things have worked together to really change the culture in the district, and that education, that training, that conversation, it's a conversation some of us don't want to have because you don't know, somebody might not ask the right question or somebody might think differently about it. But all of this conversation, all the work that you guys have done, has just been, to me, powerful in moving our district ahead. And it's such a proud moment to hear you talk about our district being on the forefront of this and at the leading edge. It's what we expect out of our district from an educational standpoint, but to know that in this way, in protecting students and teachers and faculty members from things that will impact their lives way beyond what they get out of the education or out of the career, it is just, it's gratifying. It really is. So thank you, Dr. O'Connor, for that. And I will be happy to attend this training and hopefully be able to have an even better insight in how, from a board standpoint, we can really manage the accountability piece of this and support the administration in their work. So thank you to all the administration and staff. I know you guys have put a lot of hours into it, and for the partnerships in the community that have developed and blossomed out of this work. It's been a long time coming. So I will be more than happy to support Dr. O'Connor's motion.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, committee, for bringing this to the forefront. Thank you, Shauna, for going the distance with us today. This is really one of our earliest meetings that we're going to finish. The last one was 6.5 hours. So we appreciate you, all that you've done and do and continue doing for our district and our children, our staff. And thank you, Dr. Royster, Scott, and our legal advisor over there, Mr. Webb. We're very appreciative, and at this time, hearing no other questions, all in favor, please address by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, the motion does carry unanimously in this room. So thank you so much. And at this time, we have finished, and we will move on to building and grounds.
No, Madam Chair, I don't believe we have finished. There were still questions. We're in the question period. You know, we interrupted that with this motion. And Mr. Lewis had put his name up for a question.
No, Mr. Lewis had asked his questions. I asked for other questions.
I believe, or I thought he was addressing the motion. If he doesn't have any more questions, that's fine, but I do.
Okay, well, I thought you turned it over to me to take over. I'm sorry?
You know, the chair has to handle a motion.
No, you were the chair.
Well, either way, if I had known that, I would have said, let's continue with the questions.
Okay.
All right, so I still have a question, and I don't think we're through with it yet, whether you like it or not.
Well, we are finished with it, and we already voted on the motion.
The motion isn't the question. I had recognized Dr. Cristobal O'Connor. Mr. Lewis was next. In her questions to the presenter, she made a motion which should not have been made during the question period, but nevertheless, it was made. So I allowed that, and I allowed you as chair to handle the motion. And then I said, and then we'll go back to the questions. Now, if you're overruling that, that's okay, but just please note my objection.
Well, I'm sorry, I did not hear that you wanted me to address the motion, because when you turned it over to me, then I took control of 2.03.
Feel like you need to do that, that's fine.
But I will say, before we move to 3.01, I will ask you to give your comments on the 2.03.
2.03, I had some questions. One of the questions I had, and I think it's probably done because most of this seems to be the tip of the iceberg that's going on, but do we know how much children, i.e. small children, know about the dangers of sexual abuse, trafficking, kidnapping, and those things so that they can be aware of it in their trips back and forth to school and classes? Is that something that is covered in all of these programs?
So in November, everything that we do in Greenville County, and much of it in collaboration with Julie Valentine Center, is going to be presented. So everything we do from kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade we'll be talking about. And all of that will come out then.
Okay, so, all right, well, thank you. That's one question I have, and it may be done. Why is this training not done while teaching students are in college? This may be a bad question to ask this group, but why?
Meaning student teachers, people in the education
People who are
program.
studying to become teachers.
It is.
I would think this would be front and center in the college system, that so that we don't have to spend tons and tons of money to repeat it again, right? That's just a question. I don't know if it is, that's fine. It's just a question.
I think it is, and I mean, I would have to look at particular colleges or ask someone, but I know that our student teachers who come on board, that they have had appropriate training, requisite training. It was a part of my training, and it's really standard practice. Now, the fact that they come on board as our employees, we still would want to hold to our obligation and the wisdom to ensure that they hear it from us and that they understand very clearly what their boundaries should be and how they can support children by prevention, recognition, and appropriate response.
And that's, I think all that's good. I think, again, we're just touching the tip of the iceberg here. And I know there's a ton of stuff that goes on beneath this. But I guess one of the things that I'm still a little bit curious about, and you may have answered that, is how much information, training, sensitivity do we provide for students of all ages to be on the lookout, to be aware, to know how to respond and how to report? Now, obviously, that goes through the whole Title IX process and all of that, but how much do we spend a lot of time with students in particular of all ages to make them aware of what their rights, responsibilities, and so forth are?
I think what you'll hear in November is that what we provide to students at every age and stage is developmentally appropriate. It is done in such a way that children hear it, they understand it, that, for example, our school counselors, they understand that they are available to them. They know what they can do if they need to report, if they have any kind of concern. So at every age these children are in school, they get appropriate training about all of the things you just mentioned.
Is there a difference in the way we approach male students and female students with respect to this? For example, it would make sense to me that, maybe I'm way wrong and too old, that more often than not, it's going to be teenage boys who are aggressors. I may be wrong about that, but I would think the dynamics for a teenage boy with respect to aggression and harassment are going to be a little bit different than they are for a teenage female. And I'm not saying good, bad, or otherwise. I'm just asking the question.
I think what you'll find in the November presentations is that we do exactly that, the training in many cases is done separate sex, but, in separate settings. But I think the substance of the training would be very much the same. But I think you'll learn a great deal of what you're wanting to understand then.
And again, I think you're giving this training to the students themselves.
Directly to students and face-to-face.
Do you know what the number of cases are that we're experiencing in Greenville County, whether it's student on student, teacher student, or otherwise?
I would not have that information, no, sir.
Okay. I noticed in the 10 reasons, and I guess, I know they're not your 10 reasons necessarily, but the author.
I embrace those 10 reasons.
Well, I do too. Don't get me wrong.
Recommendations.
In those 10 reasons, many of them said should avoid, i.e. giving rights to students and so forth. To me, it seems like any normal individual person would know better than 99.9% of these things that it says to avoid. The only people that wouldn't know to avoid them would be those who are the aggressors and the ones that are causing problems. So I'm wondering why he says, and why the words are avoid or should avoid rather than just don't do it. I'm just curious about that. There may be some distinctions semantically there, but I don't.
And I think it possibly is semantics. I think one of the things that those recommendations and that our training serves to do for us is that it's one thing, you mentioned that the perpetrator might ought to know and doesn't know. Perpetrator knows. The perpetrator knows, but what is important is that every staff member around them, that every adult around them knows, can identify, can name, and therefore knowledgeably and confidently call somebody's hand when it needs to be and proactively create the conditions where it cannot be.
You mentioned the organizations that you're working with, and obviously you can't mention all of them. There's too many, but a couple of names came to me, like the YMCA. I assume you have some contact with them, Boys and Girls Clubs, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and all of those too. And I think it would be important, not just for the students or the children, but also for obviously for the directors of these organizations. Those would be all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Shamley. Just wanted to make sure everybody understands, according to Robert's rules, that once someone who is chairing a section relinquishes that duty back to the chair takes over, and that's what happened. Also, I'd like to say that having a law enforcement background and dealing with human trafficking cases and starting the first training in the state of South Carolina, a lot of the teachers today in our district were not aware of human trafficking back in the day. So, and there are many laws that change over the years. There are updates, and there are other types of crimes that occur that were not named in our law. And so we established new laws for new things. And it's just like rape was rape back in the day. It changed to criminal sexual conduct in 3 degrees. And so that it's good. You may have been taught one way in college, but it's good to update everyone when you move into a new area, because the laws in other states are not the same that they are in the state of South Carolina. So it's always great. I thank y'all for your presentation, for your answers, your questions, and your delivery. I thank the committee for their hard work in making sure you brought this to the district. And I thank the district and Superintendent Dr. Royster for putting this at the forefront. And we made sure that we brought this to the board for this committee of the whole, so that those people on the committee would get the recognition they so deserved in working so hard on this. So we will pass it at the board meeting at the end of the month. So thank you all. At this time, we'll move on to buildings and grounds. I'll be glad to keep going, Dr. Cristobal O'Connor, unless you want to take over. Why don't you just keep going? I'll be glad to. I'll be glad to.
You only got one item, Crystal.
Buildings and grounds, 3.01 facilities projects report. Mr. Carlin. Or Dr. Royster?
I don't think Mr. Carlin has a report, but he can answer any questions you have about his facilities report.
Okay, I will call on Dr. Cristobal O'Connor.
Hello, thank you.
Hello there. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to ask about Fountain Inn, how things are going, and also to say, I want to be sure that we have the opportunity to resolve any concerns regarding the stadium or enhancements to that stadium in a timely enough manner that it is part of the construction and the time frame. So I just wanted to know if you can talk about that a little bit and let us know how that's proceeding.
Well, the project itself is going very well. Everything's currently on schedule. We have begun work on the stadium area, especially the visitor stands, and we are moving in the direction of also constructing the home side stands, pending any required changes associated with it.
So unless we are able to finalize any conversations regarding enhancements to that, we will have a stadium on time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I want to know. And hopefully we will be able to bring back in a timely manner any improvements to that, because we have members of the community who've worked really hard to try to advance Fountain Inn's position and would like to contribute to make it especially nice. And we've done that, I think, in a lot of districts and circumstances where there were individuals or groups in a community who wanted to provide enhancements. And I hope that we will be able to do that, but at least I wanted to know that we would have, we'd be on time with the stadium. So
I think we have some room to adjust if necessary to accommodate enhancements, but we're moving in the direction of making sure that the basic stadium is constructed when it needs to be.
thank you. That's all.
Mr. Lewis.
Just a couple of questions. Can we get an update on the high school weight rooms that were scheduled to be done this year?
So just as a refresher, we are moving forward with 2 of the weight rooms currently. That we have some more conversation about the rest of them, placement on the campus, and making those decisions before moving forward. We're going to be discussing that a little bit more with the administration and Dr. Royster to make sure we have some firm, acceptable plans so that we can provide parity with all the schools, as well as, the appropriate weight room for each of them.
Currently, we have 2 underway.
That's correct.
The rest are on hold. Okay. The other question I just have is, Dr. Royster, the question was brought up earlier about CARES Act funding, and I know the Peace Center received, I think it was $250,000 to do some upfitting of its HVAC unit to allow it to accommodate guests in that facility without, exposed risk to them. Have we considered looking at, are there HVAC enhancements that could be made at the school level and the possible cost for those? Because it seems like the county is interested in finding opportunities to use their CARES Act funding for things like this.
At this point, based on our last conversation, discussion about those kinds of things, and Mr. Carlin may have some new information about this, but the systems that we have in place with fresh air exchange, the way that we turn air over every hour, it's my understanding for us to go beyond what we currently do, we'd have to basically replace our HVAC systems to allow us to put in a higher MERV rated filter, because to go any higher than the filter we currently employ, it would basically crash our systems. Right. So my understanding of that, based on the recollection of those conversations, you'd be looking at a total replacement of every HVAC system in the district, which would be astronomical. Now, we can go back and revisit that with Mr. Knight, see if there's anything. Bill Knight is the engineer that manages our HVAC and energy efficiency in the district. But I don't think there's something that we could do that would be any kind of reasonable cost. And I also believe that's a short turnaround for funding. So I assume they have the ability to do, I really only know what I read about it, I think in the paper, maybe this morning or yesterday. Is that right? Apparently they have the ability to do a short turnaround there too. And I didn't read the specifics of what they're doing to their system. It may be something that we already have, or it may be something different. But the point that we identified was, if we did any greater filtration of particles, then we don't have, our systems don't have the capacity to take that level of filter. I think we're at a 13 now, Scott, is that right? The MERV level 13 filter?
Or in the 7 or 8 category.
13's the operating room standard.
That's when you start getting into operating room type filtration.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Yes, on the playground upgrades, the situation over at Hollis Elementary School, are the safety precautions that y'all?
Well, excuse me, let me extend for an hour. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Caldwell.
I got an hour worth of questions.
We only got about 3 minutes worth of answers, though, but you go ahead.
The safety precautions that you are getting ready, or that you are putting in place at Hollis Elementary, is that part of these upgrades, or is that going to be another cost?
No, ma'am, this is part of the ADA upgrades. We did 14 locations this summer, almost 14. We're in the process of completing one of them at Taylor's Elementary School. But there's a whole host of plans to address the other elementary schools as well, in consultation with Miss Hogan as to priority.
I think what you may be specifically asking about, we're looking now at putting swing gates on the drives to reduce drive-through access. We've talked with the sheriff's office about appropriate wording for signage. I don't know that we've gotten that answer back. I'll follow up with them this week because we want to post the property but not prohibit legitimate community use. So we asked them to find for us the appropriate legal term to put on the signs, whether that's posted effective nobody after 7 p.m. or dusk to dawn, whatever that might be, in whatever way they can legally enforce it. If those things don't help, then we'll look at fencing the entire facility. If we have to do that, it'll come out of either routine maintenance funding or B3 or B4 accounts. It would not be in that. I think Mr. Carter was responding as if you were, I think he interpreted your question related to the playground, which is safety enhancement for playgrounds. Hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you.
Ms. Wells.
Thank you. I think most of these projects were under contract prior to March. Is that right? I kind of looked quickly down the list.
The majority of them, yes.
Yeah. So have we put anything out for construction since then to get any kind of beat on, construction cost differences in what we estimated versus what we might see construction?
Well, if I understand, you're interested in, are we seeing any changes in the construction market?
Particularly any savings.
Okay, so the project at Summit Drive, because of the delivery system we're using CMR, we were able to delay the bidding for the actual building later because we anticipated that we were going to see some changes in the market. That was actually, that portion of the project was bid. Well, they're still in the process of doing it, but we are seeing some favorable bids coming in. People are hungry.
So along those same lines, is there anything, we have a Mars plan, we have other things in our facilities plan, and we've held any major, I know we took back our general fund balance allocation so that we could hold that in our general fund. But are there any other things on the list, Dr. Royster, that y'all looked at either accelerating or repackaging so that we could take advantage of any cost savings?
Right now, we're in design with the addition of cash.
Yes, sir.
So we'll kind of see how that goes. Some of this, what's going to be the long-term effect on the population? I think what likely will happen is our population, school population, will rebound. We no longer have restrictions. Okay. So that's a fact. Subdivisions continuing to populate. Technically in Orange County, but it's on our side. So it's in Greenville school district in large development. So residential in some aspects of commercial locally.
Well, I think I've heard the residential market has been pretty strong, and maybe even stronger in the last 6 months.
A lot of that is
Okay, all right, so we're looking at, I guess we want, normally we don't really do any presentations or anything on the facilities plan or any kind of change in projections until March. I imagine we can still meet that timeline, or do we think we might need to fish that out in terms of?
I think it might be likely to get that. We're not going to do that, but it's the population.
Right.
It's like they were looking at finishing up like the small facility, the age and condition, really outside of this, where they were minimally renovating their best, or they had a pretty high degree of renovation, they're still at their base and making people build. So we should have that sometime. Probably on the timeline we normally have one. We're not into it.
And I guess along with that, whatever consideration, whether it's through survey or otherwise, you might give towards, if we continue to do virtual, all virtual as a district, and then the impact of that. So I guess that's something y'all.
And I think there's going to be, there will be some demand for all work. It needs for some people's lifestyle.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else? We still have 56 minutes. Yes, sir, Mr. Meek.
56 minutes, I probably get through.
Extended.
Mr. Carlin, Dr. O'Connor mentioned enhancements at the stadium at Fountain Inn. Could you go into detail, please?
I think there was some conversation at one time about doing an enhancement for the home side of the stadium in some form of a box, a viewer's box.
It was going to be funded by an individual?
Supposedly.
Would like that to be brought before the board before that was approved. We had some discussion, then there was no discussion. And, my problem with that is that we have equal facilities throughout this district. And I don't feel like one should be, we should have equal facilities. If we don't, then we should do that. And that was the whole idea between the BEST program. Dr. Royster, you want to answer to that?
I thought he asked you, did I want to answer that?
Let's not interrupt. Mr. Meek has the floor. Has asked Dr. Royster a question.
We had an individual come forward through Dr. O'Connor and propose to do something at Fountain Inn that was unique and different. I think from anything else we have, there might be one somewhat similar thing on a much smaller scale in one place. And we had a meeting scheduled with that individual to, I believe the intent of that meeting, Dr. O'Connor, was to ask that person what other things they might consider doing at that site. And it was canceled, and I assume it's in the process of being rescheduled. And I think we made the commitment to this body when this first came up that anything of that magnitude we would bring back to you.
Okay, and if the project of that size was to be approved, what we're going to do with the other 14 high schools?
What I would suggest be considered would not be out of line with some things other schools have that have provided it with their own funding.
Yes.
Greenville High.
Well, I mean, I guess I certainly will answer your question. I hesitate to do it before we presented it to the person that we wish to have them consider it. Might I communicate that to you later?
It seems to have been traveling at a speed that I was unaware of. And I don't know how many other board members may have been aware of it, but since Dr. O'Connor must have been aware of it, she brought it up.
I brought it up before. Wait,
And
just
so,
a minute, just a minute. Hold up.
you know,
Mr. Meek has the floor. Please refrain from your comments, and I will call on you at the appropriate time.
thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir.
My concern is that, you know, we went through a $1 billion program here to get our facilities all the same, and especially the ones at Carolina, Woodmont, Berea, Travelers Rest, that felt like they were not receiving the benefits on that side of town that other parts of the county was. And so for us to start even considering putting in elevators and such, or special boxes named after an individual, I strongly oppose that. You know, if we can do it for all of them, let's do it. If he wants to communicate, if he wants to contribute to all of them, then let's do it for all of them. But as long as I'm on the board, I will not try to let this get out of whack again like it was. So, thanks your question, Dr. Royster.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meek, I didn't hear the first part of that.
Said I would rather you go ahead and tell us today. But if you want to wait, then I won't insist, but.
I will gladly share that, but I would feel bad about sharing it without having at least presented it to the person who's seeking to do something. I would not want to do that. And I would not bring something to you that I felt like was out of keeping with things that have been done by other communities. It might have taken more than the effort of one person, but by other communities.
Okay. Oh, but you will bring it back to us.
Yes, sir. Without question.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Mrs. Cristobal.
Yes. I just want to say that when this came up several months ago, I believe I'm right, Mr. Meek, that you wrote an email back expressing what you just said, in effect. And then the conversation kind of stopped. Well, the board has a right to express those preferences, even if you disagree with it, by sending an email forward. That didn't stop my engagement with my community on something important to us. And what I would say to you is there are many examples, which some just named right now.
Dr. O'Connor, please do not direct a board member. You can direct it to Dr. Royster, but
I'll
not.
direct it to you. How about that?
Okay. Well,
so when one board member said, some people appear to know, I think he meant me. So I did know. I have brought it forward. I have been working on it for some time. And I would say that right there along with you in working on that BEST program, our
Dr. Cristobal O'Connor, this is out of order. Let's do this. Let me just do this. Dr. Cristobal O'Connor, since Dr. Royster is not going to discuss this at this time.
This is not something that I'm asking for Dr. Royster to discuss. I'm responding to what Mr. Meek brought up about the board. And I want to say that I don't think there is a problem.
I understand that, but what Mr. Meek.
You don't understand what I have not yet said.
Just a minute, just a minute. The discussion is about a building. It's not about board members, and I'm calling everybody down on this.
Okay.
This is about a building, a facility. It's not about emails going back and forth. We're not going to bring that up. Mr. Meek, Dr. Royster stated that he is not going to address this at this time.
I understand, but I'm not talking to Dr. Royster.
I know, but this is dealing with buildings and grounds. Do you have a question directed to Mr. Carlin? Do you have a?
Mr. Carlin, do you know the answer to the question of how the board would react if we tried to add something to a facility.
Excuse me, Dr. O'Connor, that it wouldn't be appropriate for Mr. Carlin to answer that question.
No.
I don't even like to engage in that speculation.
Dr. Chris Baldwin, direct it to me then. Let me see if I can help you out here. Okay.
I think it is important to know if the board has an issue with one or more individuals in a community contributing something extra to a school in their area or not. Because otherwise you go about the work of trying to help somebody contribute something extra to a community in your area, and you don't know if that's okay with the board, then it might run you into a problem of having somebody put months of work into something and then having a board member or others say, gosh, this is not how we do things in Greenville County, when I say we do, because we have a number of examples, which we could probably make a list of extra things that people have done to their schools or their playgrounds, all kinds of enhancements. And I will just say, unrelated to the prior comments, that with the BEST program, our goal was to have a high quality minimum for every school, which we did and can all be extremely proud of. But that never, in my opinion, was meant to say, and we can do no better than that. It's just to say it was a high quality bar, and we said no school is going to be under this bar. But we never said, but we can't get any better if people want to do more in their community. We have a standard for our schools, but in every case, we have the possibility for individual communities to do things a little differently. And if they're fortunate enough, they can do things a little better in a certain area or another. And this is the second time now that one board member has implied that somehow that's against the will of this board. So I'm saying it to you because I think we have an issue here.
I think what we must remember is we have 12 board members, 12 voting members. And when something comes before us, then we will vote on it. You make a great point. All the information I've heard is within reason, but we still don't know what is being discussed, just as we know about the naming of buildings or facilities or a gym or something. It comes before the board and we discuss it. Okay? So thank you. Didn't realize this hour was actually going to happen. So with that being said, Ms. Wells. I saw him, but I got 5 people ahead of him.
Does policy require that the administration bring back any enhancements to facilities for approval by the board? Because I'm not aware that there's a policy that says that. And that would mean that, to Dr. O'Connor's point, it would require the body approving a motion to require that approval versus one person being able to say, this has to come back to the board. So I'm just trying to get some clarity.
I'm going to ask Mr. Webb. Everybody's a doctor to me. Mr. Webb.
Sure. I think there could be some funding implications, and if such, depending on how things are structured, it could require board approval.
And what policy?
I would have to go back and look. I think I would be remiss to say it right now, but that being said, I don't think there's anything that would prevent the superintendent on an issue that he or she believes needs to be discussed and reviewed by the board to bring it for board approval.
That's different than saying that he's required.
That is different.
We do not have a policy that requires the superintendent to do so.
I believe the policy allows the administration to accept gifts. However, this is not the first time this was controversial. It was controversial whenever it occurred originally. And I believe that I made the commitment that a gift of this significance in size and this significance in alteration to a facility, I would not feel comfortable in not bringing it back to the body.
And is that because of because I guess I'm struggling. I don't, when I think of our facilities, I think equity, I don't think equal. And I know, just like, I think it was Hillcrest that rubberized their track before anybody else did, and they did it with their own money. I know Woodmont spent years raising money so they could put up some facilities at their softball and baseball fields. And you know, I don't know who paid for the amphitheater at Carolina. Maybe the district paid for that. But none of those things are equal in those facilities at the time in which they were constructed and they were put in place. So, you know, I just want to say for the record that none of our schools are equal in terms of their facilities that they have and the enhancements they have and the things that are special about them, whether it's the facilities or the program offered within the facility. So while I think it's important for the administration to be sure that what we might be taking as a donation really speaks to what we want it to be for our school and for our students and for Greenville County Schools, I don't think it should be based on an equality kind of thing. So I would, if it's going to come back if the administration plans to bring it back and require that we vote on it, I might like that there be some supporting facts, maybe like some of the things that I've mentioned, that would
perhaps it might not be something you would feel like you needed to vote on.
And that would be, I would not, I don't see it as any different than a lot of these things that have happened that we never knew about happening, that you guys approved. So
what I wish to propose, and I don't know that even Dr. Carter knows specifically, because we just set up a conversation. I think Mr. Yance had to cancel the meeting for whatever reason. Was not so significantly different from perhaps examples you've given, though you've not given the specific example. Again, I just feel better saying it to the person. Might you consider this? It is also a very significant contribution, but it does not lie so much as an outlier as $1 million addition to a press box. And I think that was the preliminary number we got on that first run at it when it's got right at $1 million.
Okay. Well, and I think, again, similar to what we've had happen with other things, we have schools who invest money for enhancements, which then the district has followed suit at a later time to create similar enhancements, if you will, for other facilities. And that, like, so the rubberized track is kind of the first thing that pops to mind. That was something a school did, and now the district took on the responsibility. I dare say some of the playground improvements, there's a lot of things that you just follow suit, that there's an enhancement, and then it becomes such that in a few years we create those same enhancements, and maybe the district takes on the burden of that. But I don't want to squelch a private donation that is in with keeping what we want to provide in terms of facilities, and maybe on the top end of that, because everybody else can't have the same thing right now. That's equal is not equity. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Mr. Lewis, did you have your hand up?
I did not.
Okay. But, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, I got you.
Question, is it Mr. Carlin?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it,
Go ahead.
it would, wouldn't it be cheaper to do it while we're doing the construction to get this? I mean, we need to make a decision while it's in construction, right? Because it'd be cheaper to do it now than to do it later.
It's
An
always,
enhancement while it's being built.
any enhancement we do on the facilities, whether it's athletic or in the instructional areas, it's always cheaper to do it while new construction is going on, rather than having to come back and do something different. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and going off of what Lisa said, and Lisa mentioned the amphitheater at Carolina, which never happened. It was taken out of the main.
That's right.
And it's not there, so we never had it. It was taken out of the regular construction for Carolina High School. But I do know that a lot of the schools do have enhancements, and every school is different. Every population is different. And I don't see anything wrong with taking a private donation if it's gonna enhance what that school looks like. But I wanted to ask that about during construction, if it's cheaper for it to be done during construction instead of at a later time.
Now,
That's what I wanted to ask.
Some things can also be done during construction if you anticipate something coming later, that you make preparation for it. But typically, it's most cost effective when you do everything during initial construction.
Okay, and like when I first got on the board, y'all have always told me it always takes 7 votes to get something through on here, so just wanted to make that.
Open, we'll do 12 votes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Shamley.
I was gonna say this based on what I've heard.
2-1.
Somebody said they want to oppose that 12. I'm saying based on what I've heard, make that 2.
Well, we're not voting on anything here today, y'all.
If the statement of 1 has been made, I'm saying make it 2. Is there anything difficult about that?
No.
Right now, it seems like to me about 3 or 4 times, he won't bring anything back unless he won't bring it back to his board. What was that wrong?
It depends.
Okay. Are you asking me or are you asking Dr. Royster?
Dr. Royster has said 2 times he will bring anything back here. It looks like it's going to be a typical, local government discussion, end all discussions. Whether we name or build something on another high school stadium. And again, based on the comments that Mr. Meek has made, I agree. It sends a message that unless we are doing something somehow or another, for as many people as we can, to keep everybody as equal as we can, we're sending a message that is not one of inclusion. So that's my comment, and you don't like what I said there, I'm sorry.
No. You're choking me up. Mr. Shamley. Mr. Meek.
Thank you. Mr. Carlin, what did BEST stand for?
Sir?
What did the initials BEST stand for?
Building equity.
Wait a minute, what's that? Mr. Webb?
Building equity sooner for tomorrow.
Building equity sooner for tomorrow. Equity, yeah. I thought it said equity. I did not make that term up. By the way, that was Valerie Hollinger. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll call her and ask her.
Is that it?
No.
Okay, so Dr. Chris Malachi.
Yeah.
Mr. Meek,
shut her up down there.
Please do not interrupt someone while they're speaking.
Mr. Carlin, how much does the stadium at Fountain Inn, what's the budget on just a stadium?
Sir, I'd have to get that for you.
Estimate? Been in the business a while.
Let me get that information for you.
$1 million, $2 million?
I wouldn't want to throw a
guess.
number out without researching it.
Mr. Caldwell's already mentioned, we do not have an amphitheater over at Carolina High School because when there was one proposed when the building program went in, but they took it back out and never completed it. Still do not have it. So let's not get that twisted. Originally, when you brought Dr. Royster, when you brought the design of Fountain Inn High School, did the board approve that?
Yes, sir. Well, you all approved the budget and you gave input to the design. You don't usually officially approve the actual design itself.
But the design was brought to us, pictures and diagrams and
yes,
all
sir.
of that.
Opportunity for input before we finalize the drawings and put it out to bid.
Okay, so in the finalized drawings, there was no enhancement to the stadium?
No, sir.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, a enhancement of $1 million on that you would bring back to the board?
Yes, sir. I counted more than two, to Mr. Shamley's point.
Okay.
Well, I did not get the impression there was a solo individual that had concerns about a gift of that size that might create some disparity.
Okay.
And I felt like a single gift of that size generally also includes a request of naming to some degree. And as you all know, there is only one group that can name anything, and that would be this body.
That was a condition of the gift.
I've not had the meeting, but I would imagine that it would be because of the size of the proposed gift. Don't know that for a fact. I haven't been a part of a direct meeting with the individual.
Okay. I'll look forward for you to bring it back, Dr. Royster. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Crystal Ball.
Yes, I would say that I've been involved in several conversations, and that has never come up. Just want to say that for the record.
Thank you, Dr. Crystal Ball. Is there anyone else? Ms. Capp, will you please tell Ms. Williams this did last 6 hours? She got out early. Warn her. At this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Mr. Lewis.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adjourn.
A second by Ms. Wells. Any questions? All in favor, please address by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. 2. Please be reminded the special audit committee, we have a special call meeting for the audit committee immediately following. So just,
It's just a committee.
It's a committee meeting. It's a committee meeting that's called immediately following this meeting. So thank y'all. And I guess y'all can go ahead and get to leave. I can't. All right. Thank you, Dr. Crystal Ball O'Connor. Very nice.